Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
My name is Eugene. I'm the tournament director at Texas Card House Dallas. I have some exciting news for our tournament players in 2023. We will be starting a tournament rewards program that is offering a $15,000 free roll quarterly, and there's 2 ways to qualify. 1, you can be top 20 on our money leaderboard. 2, you can be top 25 on our loyalty rewards leaderboard. Follow along at TexasCardHouse.com for more details.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to TCH Live. My name is Derek, and I'm being joined by commentator Aaron from Austin. How you doing, Aaron?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing tonight? It's a pleasure to be joining you here on the stream from Dallas. Of course, for those of you that know me, I'm a regular commentator down here in Austin, but real pleasure to be joining you here on the air for this game out of Dallas.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, should be a fun one. We'll get right into the action here. Looks like with the flip. And I guess before we get the flip out here, shout out to RGV out down in the Rio Grande Valley. They hit their bad beat last night. Unfortunate for all of our other players in other locations. That bad beat is no longer available, but congratulations to all the players that got $100 for being caught in. It's pretty awesome.
This is your return.
Yeah, fortunately, I was one of those players. We got the bad news during our live stream that I was playing last night that we weren't going to be getting a piece of the bad beat, but we were indeed going to be getting $100.
Got 2 pairs.
Got a 7. Oh, that's good. That's a good card to rip right out the gate. Let's see if we can win with just a 7.
All right, so we're flipping with just all the cards face up here from some of these players.
Steven, I got pocket fives.
Got a 6. Any 7s out there?
I'm already dead.
I see a 7 out there.
You got an ace, yeah, so that's
Pokernomix. It looks like that's going to take it down.
Ace 5, yeah. Yeah, you screwed me on the side. Oh, wow, the diamond draw didn't come in.
Juicy little 2K win right there to start things off. Why not?
Always a fun way to start off a high stakes stream. You know, only one player up and everyone else down 100 or about $500, a few $100.
Good start. Good start. We're ahead of the first time. Okay. We need to make a road trip. We should be on a road trip.
So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Mr. Delivery does here. I know he's been playing on this stream quite a bit. He's a player that originally just showed up out of the blue down here in Austin and quickly made friends with him. And he quite a character. Looking forward to seeing him play here this evening.
Yeah, anytime Mr. Delivery or Steven, as he's also known, is on the table, there's going to be a lot of conversations, a lot of big pots, so everyone's excited tonight.
Make sure you scan that, Paolo.
See Skullbone in the chat, kicker problems. I saw Mark and Poker Monkey earlier. Thank you so much for tuning in early.
I bought the chips off of somebody who came through here. And then literally the next week they said, like, oh, we're going to change all the chips. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's going to be another pot there for Pokernomix.
Hey, they've already changed, but like, they'll allow us to...
And we haven't seen JD in a while, so it's nice to have him back on our Tuesday live stream. You know, last I talked to him, I think he was on the live stream chat, he mentioned how he was sick for a lot of the month, so glad he's doing well.
I went to Chocolate next week and they're like,
Good to see Hally back, and of course Reese, Pokernomix, and a few other new players, looks like.
Are you going to Chocolate?
I don't know.
Little chatter here.
Steve Orman in the chat. There's my boy Pokernomix.
It's like, what, for $50? Oh.
2K.
I assume they were
Here, Edison waking up with number 1. All right.
350. So
I really just want to drive to Austin for 2K, which is
savage.
That should help. I will. Put it this way. It's in the favor right now.
Nice to get raised when you have aces, but it's a small 3-bet here.
Why don't we? Hey, why don't
Yeah,
you
and
let
this
me
is an early position
put
open
that into
from
my
Edison as
my
well.
big
So
buy
Fire
in the big game.
messing with Fire a little bit
Buy
here,
2K
playing
action.
Fire. Let's see if Edison
And
goes
reverse the
for
person.
Unlike
big
50K.
4-bet out of position.
I don't know if 50K is gonna be enough, buddy.
I figured 250s.
Almost kind of a mind game, right? Like if you figure your opponent's 3-betting you against your early position open, you hope that they have something that they can call with, and he will make a call.
Person and Doug will both want.
Yeah, makes it just small enough that Fire is going to get scared off right
Do
away.
1-2 and try to straddle.
Yeah, when I went down there last week, we did a lot of 1, 2, 4.
The dangerous flop here for the ace of spades, ace of diamonds
Multiple days
combo.
our last 100. Not fun. Huh? That's tried up. Well, not if they organize it like this. Like it was nobody from Texas. It was like me. It was me from Texas.
Keeps it pretty small there, 700 out of position. Turns the top
I guess
set. Fire
Interesting
makes
turn card.
the butt
At that
flush
time, he's been here less than like maybe 12 months, maybe.
Fire with currently the winning hand right now, but I mean, can't be too comfortable. I guess you can consider that the ace and king of clubs are out there.
Tonight.
He told me
It kind of removes a lot of combos. Oh wow.
Too late.
3 of clubs will not play, and it's going to be a chop pot if somehow both of these players get the showdown.
He didn't talk to me today. Usually.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if either player turns their hand into a bluff here. But no, they're just going to check it down, chop it up.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
You get so lucky. You get lucky.
Yeah, those are always kind of funny. Like, if you're the player in the hand, you just like find it very obnoxious that what's just transpired has happened. But yeah, it's pretty curious just to see the board run out like that, and then it's like, well, I need some bluffs here at some point in order to balance out, and is this the hand to do with? Maybe the pocket three's there in position after being checked too, right? Why not? Your hand is counterfeit. You already have a club, so you interact with a lot of the.
Lockbox, aces first hand.
Well, I mean, that's a 3-bet pot, right? 4-bet pot. I guess there's not a lot of threes out there, but
Right.
why
Yeah,
not just
zero
go for it?
zero showdown value there, but tough to pull the trigger when you're 8K back.
I'm going to play day 1, probably Thursday.
I bet Mr. Delivery would have gone for it. He would have put a special delivery out there with the 3 of clubs in hand.
You know, and I tend to agree with you. He probably would have put out some polarizing bet, maybe 2x pot, to really put some hands in the blender there.
Yeah, the polarizing bet, I don't know, that one might be a little bit tricky to pull off, but certainly make it look like you're going for a little bit of value.
If your pictures can be hanging anywhere, it's going to be in the baccarat area.
Because, I mean, I don't know, I guess you could take a couple of different approaches to it. Just completely try to push them off of a chop, like going big like that, or just make it look like you're valuing them. You know, be like, oh, no, you're totally going to call and get half the pot, bro. Just put another 1,500 in there.
Yeah, that'd be
raise and take it.
Would have been an interesting spot to see if Mr. Delivery was in that hand. Appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. We got about 100 viewers early. Great showing so far. If you're just now joining us, we're live from Dallas, Texas.
Oh, it's been like 2 weeks there, basically. Yeah. I just thought you would just be there.
From live from TCH Dallas. And we got Derek, which is me, and Aaron from Austin with you tonight for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, that's true. We got like a group. Yeah. We're gonna shop if we here, but 150. And if I'm not at the table and they here, they're gonna give me a 1% through.
Pokernomix getting into the mix here.
I just thought you'd pay some horses and just be like, all right, you see
Somewhat loose open here.
I'll take shifts.
Gonna have Paolo come along.
We do a quick match. Like
King 7 suited, definitely going to be on sort of the cusp of a standard opening range under the gun, but
So you can also
definitely a
watch
very
the stream and
playable
it shows you the hole
hand.
cards too.
And
Just so you can flop
nice.
that.
Yeah, especially that. But it's nice to have some hands like this where if you open and then get like 3-bet, 4-bet behind that you can just easily fold if you know, only opening your strongest pairs and suited connectors, big cards, things like that, then you'll end up in a lot of tough spots where you don't have a lot of easy folds. So a hand like this plays pretty well.
You know, actually, I bring that up on a stream quite often, where sometimes I'd rather have the hand that's a little weaker in my 3-bet or opening range, where if I do get 3-bet from that hand or 4-bet, it's easy fold like you're saying.
Yeah, it is good to have that in there. Plus, you've got plenty of playability. King 7 suited is going to make some really strong hands, some very playable medium strength hands as well, and you're going to have some draws on occasion. Obviously, you can also just flop trips with a very good kicker. We'll go for a bet and a call on the flop. Bet call turn as well, as Paolo does pick up the pair of 9s. Here we go. Onto the river, Pokernomix, putting a bet of 1250 out there.
Yeah, that's a great fold there for Paolo. I mean, what he's saying with that hand, he's got a 7, he's got some kind of overpair, or maybe connect with that queen there. It's a great fold there from Paolo. Keith Long in the chat has a question. Is it hand shuffle because of the limit? Is this also a time game? Oh yeah, so I mean, at all our TCH locations, we only pay time. We don't ever rake for many of our games. We pay an hourly fee for our seats. And honestly, we just don't have shuffle machines on any of our tables just because they're expensive, and it kind of ruined the RFID cards from what I've heard, if they were capable.
You know who always beats me? This guy.
Here we go, Mr. Delivery coming in hot.
He's telling the truth, actually. You may not believe. So.
Always.
JD is the only one I can beat in that list.
See if Fire is going to mix this into his limp back raise range, or if he's just going to come with the standard call. Does just go for the call, and here we go, heads up to a flop, Mr. Delivery and Fire. Both catch a piece here.
Top pair, good kicker for Delivery, and nut flush draw on over for Fire. Definitely see more chips here in the flop and turn, possibly.
Yeah, and this is actually a pretty good board for Fire to go for the check raise. Also has a fantastic hand combination to do it with.
Yeah, I totally agree there. Having that limp call pre-flop, he's going to have all the sets, all the 2 pairs, all the straights, all the combo draws. This decided to just call here.
Yeah, not the worst idea in the world either. The limp flat range from under the gun is sort of a strange range to define. So the trickiest part here is that once he's hit his hand, how is he going to get value?
850. And he thinks it's best to lead out here. He's going to bet 850. Donk leading the turn here after check calling flop.
Sort of playing his hand very straightforwardly. Let's see if Mr. Delivery keeps him honest for one more street. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's kind of just one of those spots where Mr. Delivery, while he does have like one of the best hands he's going to show up with, like given that exact flop,
right,
it just doesn't really defend well to the turn aggression. So just lets it go, and that makes a lot of sense. Just, even if you have the best hand and your opponent is just sort of giving you the business with like a straight draw or something like that, like just let him have it.
Do we know last time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much history he has with Fire. He might be just giving him the benefit of the doubt for now. Might evaluate on future hands that might get the showdown and take it from there.
150.
So you mentioned you played a session, I guess, before the live stream tonight?
Yeah, we had an all bomb pots table rolling, and got in the mix there, and yeah, just firing out bomb pot after bomb pot, and man, I did a lot of folding. I'll tell you what, man.
Yeah,
did not connect with a lot of flops, but it's a fun game for sure.
Yeah, you fold a lot, and then after one full rotation, you're like, how am I down? Or after like couple hours, you're like, how am I down like $400? I haven't played a single hand. It's like, oh well, that $90 a rotation really eats into your stack.
It sure does.
Yeah, I remember. And what was his name? Alex Cantu. Or no, Brandon Cantu. Are you familiar with that name?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he showed up at our card house one time here in Dallas, and he demanded them having. I think they wanted to do a $200 bomb table. Yeah, and there was like 8 or 7 players on the table, and it was just ridiculous. You know, I mean, everyone had like 10, 20K stacks. And
that sounds like a ton of fun, and also just like a crazy ass game.
Yeah, at any given time there was either $1,600 or $1,800 in the pot pre-flop, or before, you know, on the 2 flop board.
So it used to be that basically the way the whole thing worked was like the live field goes.
Yeah, I actually got to deal it a few times, or one down, and I was just like, what is going on here? Because I looked at the screen when I pushed in, and it said $200 bomb pot, or $200 EP. I was like, no way.
But the whole
That's amazing.
I realized we're actually featured.
Yeah, we just do $5 bomb pots here. That's pretty much the standard, and round of each 1-2 mix with the $5 bomb pots down here in Austin. That runs pretty regular.
So initially,
JD doing JD things here, gonna 3-bet with the king queen off. It's nice to have him back on the stream tonight.
It's a whole different company, whole different software.
Yeah, it's like everything needs to be
against
scanned
a
in.
cutoff open, that's
like
going
the
to be a
table
slam
basically
dunk
needs to know what's going on.
Okay. And just gets
And so like all the cards need to be scanned in like before like action progresses. Like,
Yeah, actually, I also played a little bit before the stream tonight. I had a dealing shift that I managed to get up a little earlier on, and then I actually played with Jay, who's in the 7th seat right now. He was on that table for a while. And always excited to see him on the table. He always brings a nice, nice element to the game. He's always super happy to be there and always smiling. Mighty Hammer in the chat says running well in AA Ron's seats.
If there's one thing that I wish I could
he switched over to my spot. Oh no, and he's getting all the cards now? I guess I used up all the dead ones.
That's just how poker works, right? Yeah, if you use up all the bad cards, there's only good ones coming.
That's right.
Yeah. Like here, right just there.
Good to see you in the chat, Mighty Hammer.
I can do that. It does that between streets as well. But the rest of it makes sense, right? It's signifying where the button should be with the blue.
Do you like it or no?
It shows who has their cards scanned in so far.
I love the change in perspective here of looking at the earnings after one orbit, and the numbers are all in the thousands. And the 5-10, 2-5 game that I'm used to calling here out of Austin usually has not such big swings. So very excited to be joining you here for this 25-50 game.
Right, yeah, no, it's so hard to put in perspective, right? Because I tell our viewers all the time, like, you got to think it more in terms of big blinds, like, as any poker player will tell you. But even when you get to these stakes, it's like it's hard to separate yourself from the money now. You know, it's $3,000 already down, and we're not even 15 minutes into the stream. That's typically like a decent loss at a 5-10 game.
Oh yeah.
Got a raise and a 3-bet from Hally, and a defend from Edison.
I'm sure you can.
Both players not going to connect, but is going to hit Hally's range a bit harder here. Imagine he'll be betting this flop texture probably 100% of the time.
Just enough.
Yeah, and Edison here, low jack versus high jack with that bet size, I think is going to be definitely towards the bottom end of his range. And yeah, you're going to whiff a lot. You kind of know that, but you're going to have a very disguised strength when your hand does connect, just because your opponent isn't really going to give you a ton of credit for the 7-5 single gap suited cards down at that rank.
I think basically,
and so mixing that in at a relatively low
everything
frequency
inside
is
the
going to
racetracks,
be
all the black felts, is essentially
part of a balanced strategy for sure.
And so
the challenge is that
if
you find yourself calling with those sorts of cards like low jack, high jack type spots, doing that all the time, you're going to get yourself in some pretty tricky, sticky situations, but
right.
I'd love to see it.
And it's, we're seeing it here right now. Collin opening up the action early position with a 9-7 to diamonds.
And
Let's
part
see
of it also
that.
might be like one of the reasons you don't have the reader here, so that people knows when you fold.
Collin, I think a regular player in the Austin Round Rock area. I think he, or maybe he comes up every now and then. I know I've seen him make a few big scores in some tournaments down in that area.
Yeah, I've played with Collin a fair bit. He does indeed play the tournaments quite a lot. I've seen him, of course, playing the 2-5 games name
such a
around town
limited
as
space, but
well.
enough, but-
Don't know exactly, you know, what his
problem with
MO
reading
is,
chips is, like,
but
reading the deck
certainly
is
see him
pretty easy. Reading like a
in
whole
the
stack like this
tournaments
is
a fair
actually
bit
difficult.
down around these
But
parts.
if you get the baseline,
Yeah, pretty,
run
very
that.
sharp player, for sure.
I feel like any stack or any like technology that really could read the whole stack is like also possibly going to give you like ball cancer.
No, trust me, Steve. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
And you know, I mentioned earlier how anytime you have Steven on the table here,
Radiation, you're fine.
always tends to have really
Submit to your
interesting
router
conversations
at
when he's
your
on the
house all day,
table.
it's fine.
Yeah, so I think it has
Actually, don't. My
everything to do with
router's
his
pretty far
hair.
away from
Just,
where
it inspires the
You wear tight
conversation.
jeans. You get that cell phone tucked right up next to him.
So Fire here
Yeah,
just
yeah.
electing
20
to
years
call in the
old.
cutoff, ace jack off.
No, I don't think so.
Oh yeah.
Jay comes along from the
I
small
don't have a
blind.
cell phone, but I do keep my
Jack all the way
lucky
through.
PC
Three
radio.
of spades now on the turn, improves to no one, and doesn't really interact with many of these ranges. Let's see if Fire will take a stab at this. He does not.
Doctor Mike's brother.
With the gut shot and the passive
came out.
check through on the flop and turn. So
Engineered, constructed, admitted.
looks are just going to check all the way down to showdown. Fire here is going to win with the ace
Great
jack
job of
So
high.
chop it. Keep it on.
Yeah, I mean, they squashed the gin before it was a big deal, but it was
I mean, it was such a colossal move forward.
Oh, yeah.
Humanity that, like, I think people would have been
Always,
like, you know
always
what?
interesting to see how people
We'll
play
figure it out.
in these spots. I mean, the multi-way is always going to influence people's decisions, as it should.
They're trying
But,
to make
you know, whether it's at these stakes or the lower stakes, when people just check all the way through to the river, or even on the turn, right? Like, there's a lot of opportunities
I don't think you have to worry
to
about
get your
sorry,
opponents
you're
to sort of overfold, right? And
Right.
I think that was sort of maybe a prime example of had Fire just thrown in a little bet there on the turn. I mean, imagine a player who's just happily checking and hoping to get a showdown with like pocket fives or whatever. You know, just a small pocket pair. You get those to fold, as well as just win against all of the other hands that you were beating anyway.
No, I totally agree. It's like, you know, especially if you get to showdown and you see that someone only had like a pair of deuces or threes or fours, like you say. I always get kind of frustrated in those spots, in my opinion, for, like, at least for me. And then I'm like, wow, that was a missed opportunity when they're clearly telling me what they had, you know, with all the, you know, flop, turn, and river action.
The truck, their first.
Electric?
Yeah, comes out March 20, like a year and a couple months now.
Mighty Hammer thinks you're going to win the main event up here.
Look at it.
Fucking look, it's great. It's an electric.
That's certainly the plan.
They look pretty sharp.
Gonna hopefully go up there. Still working out the details on the trip, but certainly I'm looking to head up that direction and Fire this weekend. It's been a little while since I played up there. Had to skip the last stop, so very much looking forward to it. All right,
Well, if you
Collin
bust it out,
here.
you're going to have great cash games here in Dallas to go play.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in fact, I mean, the plan was to cruise up, stay in Dallas for a night, play there at TCH Dallas, of course. Can't miss an opportunity to do that. And then continue on to play the tournament over the weekend, but we shall see. All right, Collin here checking flop, checking turn with best hand does
like, oh, you want to get like this like lower
out
gear ratio,
wrong.
towing
Edison
package.
here will
Like,
go
no.
to
You don't
top
understand. I
and
need
bottom
that
pair
stuff. Like, no, you
with
want this. I'm like,
1,300 in the middle.
Not all lifted,
Edison
the
here
tires and shit. It was like a
has a
chore
couple
to
of
drive out
options.
here to like play, you know? It's like 45 minutes.
Probably keep this small, try to get paid by what your opponent is clearly indicating is showdown value. Looks like he's going to go big and go for a polarizing size instead, see if his opponent is perhaps trapping with a stronger hand than he might otherwise call with for this large sizing.
It's really, really sharp.
But instead, Collin is just going to get let off the hook. I understand what Edison was going for there, right? If he does just have like some random 9 highs and 10 highs that he had just given up on, if he is going to start betting them, he's going to go big because his hand is just complete air. But I also don't hate the more middling size there. You can still get your opponent to fold a lot of hands because it looks like value. Yeah.
Right, and then in case they had a hand that was like a complete air ball on a flop and turn that might have rivered an ace, you get max value from them as well.
That's true. Blocking the ace is a little bit tricky, but of course you're right. You know, and they check the river, right? Where a lot of opponents after check, check, flop, check, check, turn are going to bet that ace themselves if they do have it,
Right.
rather than risk their opponent checking behind. So I'm not sure if I would throw that into the mix too much, but yeah. Anyways, on to the next one. 6 deuce deuce. Pokernomix here still best with the betting lead, and I'll just take this one away with this C-bet. Mighty Hammer here says, hard to beat a guy who starts a tournament with pocket AA in his name. Well, yeah, damn straight, man. All I need is a bunch of ace-ace, and I ought to take that thing down. No problem.
The flop is already a set for Aaron here.
I don't really know what to do with the TV, so we just played the same nature video.
Over and over?
Got about 200 viewers now. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. If you're just now joining us, don't forget to hit that like button while you're watching the stream. It really helps the channel out a bunch. Got me and Aaron, Derek, for the next 3.5 hours. Should be a fun stream. A lot of fun players tonight.
I never remember which one it is, but there's the one with all the walruses.
All right, Hally will complete from the big blind.
That one gets like
Paolo opening the low jack, so heads up to a flop and a
That's the one where like the baby, like, or it's like
Paolo.
a
Bottom
one
pair for
face
Hally.
meaning like a baby
There was a
walrus,
diamond
like,
out there. I
That's like how it starts.
suspect Hally
That's
can
how it starts.
continue.
But then there's a section where they're like up on the cliff, like
So
they're getting pushed up
maybe
the
you
hill.
can for this
There's,
small
like, so many
size
that
as
are, like,
well.
getting,
We
like,
shall
pushed off
see.
the cliff.
1/3
And there's just like
C-bet
a pile at the bottom.
from Paolo.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Will indeed entice Hally to stick around
It just
for a
shows walrus,
turn
it's just
card.
like falling.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well.
Who needs reality TV?
Yeah.
Check.
All things considered, that's actually a pretty
I like this.
decent
This is
card
good.
here for Hally.
Nothing like
A
watching
couple of draws out there that he doesn't interact with,
35.
Makes me feel
and
like they're,
the
you know,
ace
It
pairing
tilts me for tournament
makes
players.
it less likely that Paolo has the hand that he has.
Not for me.
We continue 400 here.
We should play in Choctaw?
I did think that Hally was probably just going to get away from this, but I'm not too sure
Tournaments are
about
really hard
this
for me to
now.
sneak
Yeah.
in. I want to get a few big ones in this year.
Makes it much less likely that
I don't have any plans.
Paolo could have an ace.
It's tough because I feel
Plenty
like
of draws
the
still
circuit,
available.
the
King,
circuit's
jack
like the main
clubs,
is kind of usually the only
turn spades as well.
that are really
Yeah.
like,
I'll
Jack
throw
10.
some people in or like sweat some of their action. That's usually where I get.
And like you said, he doesn't
Some
block
turn
any of
sweat,
those available draws with his
You
holding.
can play
So,
like the PLO ones. They're usually faster.
but
Usually
he's gonna get let it go.
Final
Just
table.
pick a better spot to call down with.
Windstar ones when they had them.
Yeah, I
Probably
mean,
much rather have like a
trickiest part-
queen.
Yeah, and the trickiest part for him is that even if he's ahead, there's so many texture-changing cards. Like if a club comes, he won't know what to do. If a spade comes, he won't know what to do, right, when his opponent continues betting. And so it's very understandable with these spots that are pretty borderline marginal to just let it go.
I did.
But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see myself being in that situation, being like, you know
I
what,
was visiting
like,
back home in
I
Chicago
don't think
for about
I'm
a week
going to hold
beforehand,
just
and
yet.
I
See what he does on the river.
almost went straight from Chicago to Vegas, but I was kind of
You're also
tired
out of
by then my
position, so
Chicago
that
trip.
sucks.
And tournaments take it out of me enough as it is, so I'm like, you know what, I don't really want to. And I didn't have anything booked, so I'm like, am I really gonna like get a hotel?
Yeah, I've watched quite a bit of Hally over the
feel
past year, and
exhausted
you know, I
hope that I
honestly
go
think
for
if
6
he had
days
at least some
and
kind of
like,
queen, he probably would have made that call. But yeah, just 6 probably just a little too low in his calling range,
But
and out of position as well.
I had a lot of FOMO watching the coverage.
What did that guy get for first in the?
Pokernomix here,
the main
electing not
4.1.
to squeeze with the ace-10 off from the big blind, so we're going to go 3 ways.
We're gonna play that one wild hand. Had kings to flip the stacks.
Oh yeah, with the ace jack.
Yeah.
A lot of people were like,
Fire with
you know,
the auto
roasting that
C-bet
guy over a
to
fire. It's like
250.
actually totally
Pokernomix
fine.
going to come in for the check call.
Like the guy who woke up with kings is
After
supposed
the
to call
pocket
with 2
threes
hands.
head for the
Kings and
exit.
aces.
Is it a math?
Huh?
I'm not even supposed to call with queens? If you open jam for like 60 bigs, what
Yeah, I mean with all those short stacks, you just fold queens. Because it's like technically one of the hands that he's supposed to be jamming is like weird like suited kings. You know what I
Fire
mean?
going to keep his foot on the gas here.
So it's
because
like you
ace
really
high
don't
boards
wanna,
belong
like,
to me.
You know,
And
if you're
bets
ace king, you don't want to be up
50
against king 4 suited.
to
If you're queen,
1K.
you don't want to be up against king 4
Oh,
suited.
very nearly a full pot size bet here. A
A
little bit of a tricky spot for Pokernomix as he does lose to the top of Fire's range, but I don't
the
think
12
he
big
can
blind,
fold.
17 big blind,
Wow,
13 big
he
blind
is
stack.
going to let this go. All right.
And so like
Fire is going to get away with one there.
I think
like, are you gonna risk
That's
your
folding
turn
pretty far up in the
when,
range
like,
there
all
for
these folks on the
Pokernomix,
outside
but
precipice
again,
are so,
you know,
like,
the read on your opponent can be a significant factor, right? I mean,
and so
if
as like
you have a perception that your opponent is only going to continue
as like a big stack,
barreling
you just get like
with the top of the range and not really get out of line, then
Honest gambler. Honest gambler.
I guess on the other side, I guess from my perspective, I'm a little surprised he made that fold, given the action between him and Edison with the pocket threes.
Huh?
I don't know if Pokernomix need to remember that hand or not. Or, but again, that I guess, like you said, it is just one hand, so don't know if that's take entirely into consideration in that spot.
yeah, but I mean, ace 10, like, of all the hands that he's just going to complete there, right? Like, imagine that he has ace jack off. Like, isn't he going to squeeze? Maybe, okay, maybe ace jack no, but ace queen, he's certainly going to squeeze. Ace king, he's certainly going to squeeze. So if you think about his top pair hands that didn't squeeze, ace 10 is real far up there.
Right, yeah.
I don't know. It's always tough when you think about it from that perspective. And this is a question that I always ask, like, either my students or people that just are sort of trying to get a greater grasp on the game is, like, what better hands do you have? Right, and then people start listing off, like, you know, these hands. I'm like, do you really have those given the way that the hand played? And, you know, that's the sort of structure that I would go through, or the thought process that I would go to try to understand, you know, what is the actual top of your range given the way that you got to that street or that action, and then evaluate your play from there.
No, I totally agree. It's at least the way I would play that too. Given that where all the action started, ace jack, ace queen, or ace jack plus probably have some of my 3-bets. And so yeah, ace 10 would probably be at the very top of just the call range there.
We haven't played in the lodge in a while, right, JD?
But it can still be tricky, man.
Not since June.
I can tell you, I have been in this situation more times than I care to remember, where an opponent that I have kind of a read on as being more of a snug player starts barreling away, and I'm like, oh god, I'm at the top of my range. And I kind of have to call, but I don't want to. You know, it's a tricky spot.
I can send it to you.
Well, I'm also just sort of getting a feel for some of these players as well. I certainly do tune in and watch the Dallas streams on occasion, but you know, doing the live stream myself here in Austin for the last couple of years, you know, when I have a night off of either playing or doing commentary, I usually don't.
Like reading the comments.
Random Twitter people,
suck up more commentary, or more streams, I should say.
No, I totally understand. I do the same thing after about a year just doing this now.
You don't need to.
Yeah, Kyle programmed one in this.
Yeah, I'm familiar with probably most of the players here on this table. Probably for Collin and Fire. Those are probably the players that I've seen the least amount.
I mean,
Is it almost 100K though?
Yeah, I got a note from our producer saying that both their first time
that's the last
here
hit
on
I
the
played
live
watch.
stream.
Really?
Yeah. So far, currently.
Had to go back to shoveling driveways for buy-ins. Oh, I'm sorry, whatever it is down in Texas. Chicago is shoveling driveways.
Mitchell in the chat. What's up, bud?
Roping cattle.
Roping cattle. Has anyone here ever actually roped cattle?
No.
Yes.
Have you roped cattle, Hally? Yes. Oh, were you? No. Oh, wait, no. Someone else told me about their sister's goat farm. Wait, where did you rope cattle?
I have not roped cattle.
Oh. I don't know, man.
What a letdown.
There's ranches in California.
There are.
All right, top pair here for Pokernomix, facing a large bet, 1.2K into 1.7, just about 2/3. That is going to come in for a raise with the king 10. No spade, no heart, so looking to charge the draws. The danger here is that if your opponent has a spade or a heart draw, they could just rip it in your face, and then you really want to call off at the king 10. I'm not too sure about that, but Pokernomix is going to take the pot down there with the aggression.
Yeah, not the play I expect them to pull there, just because, you know, if you get called, you can expect a lot of the time your opponent has some, you know, massive draw, or you know, might have you know, a better king in that spot, right? So
Yeah,
It'd be
in
tough
my
to
mind,
navigate on the river.
I didn't tip you
yeah,
on
in my mind, it's almost like turning your king into a bluff,
Right.
and that's kind of a weird spot to do it with because your king 10 and such, your
A lot of us had 2 pair.
king 9, your king jack, like those are going to be like your bread and butter bluff catchers, and yeah, just kind of a curious spot there. I'm loving this though. Seeing a lot of plays that are, you know, just kind of zigging and zagging and bobbing and weaving.
It's gonna come ace high
I'm
here.
not sure why, but my very big hand I lost out of the lodge. They had it on YouTube for a while, and then they pulled it down.
User Anonymous here in the
Yeah, I
chat
know.
says, don't play your cards, play your opponent. No, that's
Someone's trying to
absolutely
look for
right
it.
in
And
a
it
lot
texted
of
me like, hey,
scenarios
can you find that? I was
where
like, oh,
you
look.
have a strong
Like, I
read,
can't find
especially
it.
here in
He's
live
just trying to
poker,
play
right?
dumb,
I mean,
and he texted some
that's
of the
something
lines
that
like,
we
hey,
don't
man,
talk
you mind
enough
taking
about,
that
which
down?
is that,
Please,
you know, maybe some of these players have a strong background in online poker, for example, but
Snap took it
you
down.
know, once you're seated at the table with
Me and
faces
Doug's hand was like
across from
98K.
you,
Play
pick
Super
up
with
things
us.
that you wouldn't
That's what
through
I'm saying. Right? That's what I'm saying.
you really should be putting that information to work.
That's what I'm saying.
But you can also get yourself in trouble by doing things that go a little bit too far off the
The
beaten
big one I
path.
lost
So
was like
you have to be careful how to walk
150
that
something,
tightrope
160.
between, you know, live exploit
was there that
and
day that happened.
playing
I said, how's it going?
fundamentally
He said, "You just lost
sound,
the biggest
strong
lodge
poker.
history."
There was
I'm
a
second
guy.
now. I'm second now. I have a buddy. I have another buddy who lost the biggest one.
pot?
116.
There was a guy I played with back in Chicago who, like, he played at the lodge.
Yeah, I
on,
think
like, one of their bigger streams.
yeah, he's mentioning how
When he
the
played
biggest
the
pot
stream.
he's
drunk?
Yeah.
played on the live stream is
And
no
just,
longer
like,
on that
dumped
live
away
stream,
all
I
the
guess.
time within like 4 hands, and like they made a highlight video about it, and it was, and I forget the exact title of the video, but it was like something. It was like, you know, drunken whale like punts out 17K. And when I was back in Chicago, I was like, oh, did you guys see the video so and so?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Drunken whale.
I definitely saw that. One of my friends was playing that night, and he sent it to me like a week later.
Yeah.
All right, squeeze
Yeah, I
here
don't know why
from
they
Paolo
pulled it. I
in
don't
the
know
small
if the other guy
blind.
said
I
something
love
or
this.
Hey, you don't have to play dumb
This
anymore,
10
JD. It's
suited
fine.
going to be a great hand to use.
To be fair, it was unlisted. I
You
still
get your
found the link. It was
opponents
still
to
been shared.
fold. You're perfectly happy if they do continue. You
We
lock
were
a lot of
able
their
to solve it right
strongest
off the bat.
hand and grab
Yeah, I don't know.
the top of range.
If I
So
get,
he's
you
gonna
know,
that
embarrassed by one of you guys on the stream, I'm using a few palms to block that attack.
User Anonymous, online poker way different than in person, though. Am I right? Well, it depends exactly what aspect of, you know, poker that you're talking about. Generally speaking, at the mid to higher stakes, online poker is going to be very, very challenging. There's going to be a lot of really strong players,
That's what I'm saying,
you know,
damage control.
executing at more of a GTO type level, whether it's tournament or
Commentators next
cash.
week.
Live poker across, you know, pretty much all stakes, it tends to be a little bit less common to see that sort of play. So in that regard, I would agree with you, but I think once you get to the lower stakes online versus just, you know, comparison to live, it all kind of plays very similarly. The main difference there, of course, is that you just can't see your opponents. And, you know, maybe you can pick up some timing tells and some different things like that based on how your opponents respond. And of course, you can pick up just you know, regular data of, you know, oh, I've played with this screen name a number of times before, so here's some information on them that I've gathered over the years. But yeah, I don't know. By and large, I would say just a little bit tougher field.
Let's just say I'm putting one vote out.
Right, like, I mean, just to add a little more to that point, from what I've heard, people that typically play like 2-5, 5-10, maybe even 10 1/4 live will be playing the 1-2 multi-tabling online, right? And so that, I guess that kind of gives you an idea of what you probably be running into at those stake levels. I probably give or take a few stakes, right, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't have a ton of experience playing online. Like, I certainly have done it, but I find myself just getting sort of bored by playing, you know, sitting in front of a screen all day. Whereas, like, you know, you get to come into a, you know, the card room or whatever and interact with other people. It's just much more entertaining. Of course, the volume goes down a lot, which is another reason why I think players are better at lower stakes online, because people are playing a lot more volume, right? People have 4 tables, 6 tables, 8 tables up.
Right.
And in order to maintain like a win rate over that kind of volume, like, you have to be a pretty darn good player. Whereas if you come in and just, pardon me, excuse me. if you come in and you're just splashing around at 1-2, one table live where the hands go relatively slow and everything, like, you don't have to be a super good player. You can splash around, have a good time, and maybe break even.
I was telling somebody, I think I'm stuck everywhere besides
yeah, multi-tabling online, you better be pretty good pretty quick, or you're going to find out that you aren't.
I'm up in Oklahoma, but like, I'm stuck in LA. I'm stuck in Austin. I'm stuck in Florida.
Ace King here, going to flop top pair, top kicker.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just be a bet.
Where did you play in LA?
Fold from Hally here.
Did I play?
Yeah, single raise pot here. Hally even with a decent king high that's going to be ahead of a single raise pot opening range there a decent amount of the time. I mean, again, just executing, showing the discretion of, like, this is just not a spot where I can continue across multiple streets, just let it go now. And that's very understandable.
Fair enough. I think he's off the scene.
Yeah. So one day was that, and another day was like
151K will buy you a lot of diapers.
Okay, it sounds like User Anonymous is one of those speech play players, which I would say that most people don't try to really get a lot of information from their opponent. But if you can execute on that, it's fantastic. I mean, I have seen, I literally, you know, without throwing my buddy under the bus, I literally just asked my opponent, like, what he had one time and just, like, frazzled him so much that he turned his cards over, and, like, I was still left to act. So, like, I've seen, you know, and this is, of course, like, a big outlier. And, you know,
yeah, that's a massive outlier. But, I mean, you get that, like, what, one in, like, maybe 1,000 hands? You're making a little extra money there, right? I mean, it adds up.
Yeah, I mean, so, but, you know, that's, like, going 100%. That's the full spectrum of, like, oh, my God, I got all of the information. But, you know, if someone is just kind of like leaning back, relaxed, maybe they take a bite of their food, a sip of their drink, you ask them a question, they immediately engage, like, they might be pretty strong, you know? That, or they're really good at just, like, bluffing under pressure and they don't give a shit. But most people, if they act and seem like they're very comfortable, it's because they actually are, and they're quite strong. If they seem nervous and uncomfortable when you start talking to them, it's usually the opposite, where they're kind of...
Oh, Daniel Dunn in the chat says speech play. You accidentally angled. Not the same thing.
I don't know. If I ask you what you have and you show me your cards, I don't think I angled you.
I'm a defensive area too. I mean, it's like at the end of the day, it's gonna always go back to the player, you know, being responsible and holding their hand. Like you didn't ask him to show. You just said, "Oh, what do you have?" Like as almost just like a side, an aside, right? Like just like, "Oh, what do you have, man?" And then he just shows you your hand.
Exactly.
The way it works is they used to have one called St. John's.
Daniel Dunn, is that the same Daniel Dunn that played on our live stream not too long ago? So welcome back. Hope to see you on the live stream again.
So the one in Jax is on the north side of Jax. Orange Park is south side suburbs.
The tricky thing about doing the speech play thing, of course, is, at least in my opinion, is walking the line of doing it to get information, but not just doing it in order to, like, irritate your opponents. Because some people will actually do that, where they just will talk at you with the specific intent of just pissing you off and hoping that will then tilt you enough that you make a mistake. And I mean, it's fair play. Like, you know, to each their own. Go out there and do that if that's your game. But I find that to be sort of a breach of, like, poker etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you want to ask what I've got, you want to poke around and sort of see if you can get a reaction from me, fine. But if your goal is really just to, like, annoy the hell out of everyone so that they
you're the troll at the table.
Like, garbage against you, like, just kind of annoying.
Like a poker hand, ace 10 off. It's like some old man saying, like, play that hand too much, you're going to be washing this. The same as the parking lot hand. Parking, oh yeah.
Okay, very cool. Daniel Dunn says, yeah, he was the player on our Tuesday stream not too long ago. Yeah, you played great, man. It was a great session for you. Hope you have more to come. And I don't know what it is, Aaron. I swear, the new player run good on our Tuesday stream is off the charts. Like the first, I think like the first 2 live streams that Mr. Delivery played on our Tuesday, he won like 40+K. And then there was another player, I can't remember his name. It was his first stream. Wins like a 60K pot plus 20K for the night. And then, yeah, it's just, I don't know what it is, but it's happened pretty often. And I know there's no correlation, but it's just funny to think about.
So this is a very interesting hand here. Fire calling from the blind with the ace-jack here, finding a 7-high board, and Edison putting in the c-bet for a small size. Okay, Fire is going to go for the check call. Jack of diamonds here on the turn, top now for Fire.
Wow, that's the money card right there.
That's the trainer.
Edison here, yeah, should absolutely be thinking that he has the best hand, and is now going for value, not bluffing any longer.
Yeah, can still get value from a lot of spade draws and, you know, overpairs that were on the flop, like 9s, 10s. Probably shouldn't be folding just yet.
Yeah, I think a lot of the overpairs might have gone for a 3-bet pre-flop. However, there's a ton of calls from the big blind that are going to interact with this board. So I love the size up here. Goes for nearly full pot. And Fire here. The sort of standard play is to go for the check call, which he does.
Without giving away too much. I lean towards somebody who likes to...
With how much depth we have, check raising and really trying to build the pot is a little bit dangerous. And so I do appreciate the check call here from Fire. Checks again on the river, and Edison, the queen of clubs should not interact with enough of Fire's range to slow him down. I think Edison should be very clearly going for value again here. Probably 2/3 pot in my estimation, but let's see how he approaches this spot.
Much smaller.
Wow, the block in position, you really don't see this very often.
We did a double board pillow, and I've got it.
Wow, and I mean, he just, he definitely could have gone it for at least half pot, right, with that holding. Pretty strong holding to rivals on the river King Jack. And like you said, plenty of other hands to still get value from, so saved a little bit of money there, I guess, by betting that sizing. He might have felt like there were still some hands that he'd only get called by from that sizing. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, so that one's a little tricky. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't want to go down
like you were saying, you don't see the position block the bet like all too often. It's very interesting to see that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't want to go down the theory rabbit hole too far, but like the super small bets in position when all of the cards have come out, it's not really a thing. And I'm not saying that to take anything away from the player there. It's just from a GTO standpoint, it's not really a thing because your hands that could like barely eke out the tiniest bit of value, which of course King Jack is I don't think belongs in that category. It's like a hand that would either go for clear value or still just check behind because you're a little bit concerned about what your opponent might show up with in terms of check raises. The super small bet is like there's no more cards to come, right? And you're not trying to induce your opponent into doing something silly. And I mean, maybe I guess that could be the motivation. Like maybe if I just bet super small here, he'll like check raise me with all of his missed straight draws and flush draws because it looks weak. I mean, if that's the motivation, like I can get behind it. But from just what a computer sort of talks about in terms of shows us in terms of how to approach these spots, that's maybe not something I would have expected. That is the beauty of watching new players, at least new to me, play these spots. This is fantastic.
I thought it would get much cheaper.
The main PLO is
Reggie West here in the chat says, sounds like there's cedar in the air. Yeah, it's definitely been affecting me. I don't know how you're doing over there down in Austin, Aaron, because it's literally coming from Austin. So
yeah, I think I sneezed about 20 times. I'm not even joking, about 20 times before I came in here. So,
yeah, I used to live in Austin. Anytime around this season, like January, February, I was just dying.
Yeah, I gotta go back to taking the Surtech every night before bed.
you can compound the felony
back when I was a kid, the big
like if you get a little pill.
You take anything for your allergies, or what works for you?
I just take a generic allergy medicine from Costco.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I do the generic Zyrtec or whatever, but it's weird, right? Like some of them just don't do anything, and others will, depending on your biology.
Yeah, I think they all definitely affect people differently. So you have to find the one that works for you. For me, like Zyrtec makes me way too sleepy. Like I'm just like not functional for the rest of the day. So like I can't take that, and then like Claritin non-drowsy isn't strong enough for something. So I need to. It's very weird.
Okay. Yeah, I know the Benadryl route is a recipe for being pretty tired, and also apparently there are studies that show that using that every day is not a good idea. But yeah, Zyrtec, Claritin, Allegra, right? Like you kind of just have to find what works for your body. Zyrtec currently is what my body works with.
Oh, hey, Reggie. Actually, now I recognize that name. Yeah, no.
There's a couple of those guys out there.
We were just talking about this earlier. Yeah, with the neti pot. Yeah, he was like, oh, you need a. I think I was dealing to him earlier today. Local
Mitchell
honey.
with a good point. Do the local honey thing.
Yeah.
Very little medicine needed throughout the year. Yeah, absolutely. I have heard about that, and I haven't tried it myself. But
yeah, go to the local farmers market, get some local honey, and over time, apparently, you'll be like almost like immunized to the allergens in your area.
Dude, heck yeah. Schuyler, we only bring the hardest of hitting allergy commentary.
Like the 60 points to game, is that because like
It's that time of year, and you're probably gonna hear me and Aaron sneezing or coughing throughout the stream. So
yeah,
disclaimer.
I haven't sneezed yet, but yeah, give it time. Maybe this little the broom closet that I do the commentary from here in Austin is insulated well enough.
The offensive teams are so good; they're generating an advantage so much more. So many more people can shoot, and so like the floor is spaced a lot more.
Ed's in the chat. What's up, bud? Hope you're doing well out there on the cash game streets.
Offensive players.
Saw him earlier
like
today.
They let him get away with a lot handling the ball these days.
Yeah, like traveling sometimes.
Well, but not even just traveling. It's
Did you even bother watching the college football game last night?
I mean, so I did. So I had $50 on the game with one of my buddies here. He deals with TCHLive, and he wanted TCU to win, and so we agreed that he would get 13 points, and I would take Georgia. And yeah, I should have given him about 40.
But the other thing was, like, I think a lot of people overstate,
yeah, so I watched it long enough to realize that I was going to win my bet handily and didn't have to sweat anything. But yeah, other than that, it was not a very enjoyable game. That is for sure.
I feel like we've always
and then like hack them up and get
As they say, for us computer nerds, F in the chat. For all TCU fans out there.
Yeah, it's tough when you're stealing computers, man.
But there's a whole number of reasons why, like, there's been like a sort of slight inflation in points over time.
I can't imagine him in like TiVo.
I don't think it's because like people don't play defense. I think part of it is just actually I think like you need to be before like what you need to be a
Kyle
defender,
Z
like
thinks we need to talk about something other than allergy medication. Wants to know, Mr. Delivery or Paolo, who's better?
Twitchy, athletic.
Uh-oh, he's trying to get us to pick sides.
Or Gary Payton. Just like, you know.
Well, let's find out who's better between these four players. If we're going multi-way, a lot of diamonds represented here.
Like, you've actually got to be
Look at that, King 6 gonna flop top 2 pair, or top and bottom pair.
And so like a lot of people that, you know, there's a lot of players that they knock for like, oh, you know, Steph's not a good defender. Whereas actually Steph is actually like a really smart team defender.
Pokernomix though here. The better.
He communicates really well on defense. He rotates really well on defense. He thinks ahead really well on defense. But if you just get him out on an island
yeah, Collin is going to come in immediately for
with a really high level score,
check
then
raise.
it's gonna suck for him.
There's certainly the problem with betting into a large field when you have a hand that would like to see a turn. And yeah, I think Pokernomix has already indicated he's going to let this one go with body language, and he does. It's a bit unfortunate to let go 20%, 27% equity there, at least according to the RF poker stats. But does let it go.
There's probably like 100 players.
Pokernomix here is still up the most. Fire up a solid chunk as well, and Collin after dragging that pot is dead even.
And they would be like, you know,
yeah, I'm not sure if that Kyle Z is the same Kyle Z. I kind of remember if he did hop in the chat, it had his last name completely spelled out, so I'm not too sure. Yeah, there's a Kyle Z that plays on our Tuesday stream. Oh no, okay, so it is Kyle Z. Okay.
People don't realize it's like it's not just the player,
or maybe.
it's like the coaching schemes too.
It could be an imposter.
Yeah, you just never know. When, you know, internet, you can just create any username you want.
Coaching adjustments are just like high
yeah,
level,
we should get
like,
Beyonce here in the chat. I'm sure someone can create that. account real quick.
I mean, that's why you have like whole staff.
To get her hot take
devoted to
on
doing
who's best.
tape, like, you know, coaching certain.
Let's see a sure way flop here.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool though.
I have a friend, actually, her brother is like the video coordinator for his sons. Like, has like a pretty high, he's like a young guy, he's like mid-20s maybe, but.
I'm surprised it took them so long to figure out what they did
Checks
about
through on the
this.
flop
Me and
here.
my buddy, we used to try to bet.
Somebody breathes on this pot, they could probably
In the
take
process
it
of that,
down.
He pointed out how huge
Hally
it
with
was because he's like,
sort of the
push guy
best
like
showdown
Curry,
value here
where
with the ace. He's
it's like
happy to keep
3%,
checking.
shoots threes, like 3% less than
JD
the
and
league average,
Jay,
too.
though, the king
How
high
can they not be
isn't
doing
going to
that?
be
Yeah.
good very
50%
often, but
more
they're not going to pull the
on the
trigger, and they are just going to let
Yeah.
Hally turn
I
over
think
the
a lot
winner
of it
with
is like,
the
it's,
ace.
what's underappreciated about Steph is like, Steph works like a dog.
Okay, he says, hi,
Relax here.
Kyle Z. Derek, we used to play at...
Always, like, part of the reason that he has such
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, he typed something that only... Yeah, okay. I think it is him.
Okay, all right. Relax here in the chat says, guys, help me. What do you need help with, buddy? Let us know.
Aren't working as hard to do that.
Richard Greenberg, what's up, Derek? See some huge pots tonight. What's up, Richard?
So that's
Hope,
the thing, it's
hope
like,
I'll see you playing on the tournament street
look at
soon.
someone
We got that
like Ray-
new
like Reggie Miller and Ray Allen before, like, they were
tournament
really
rewards
good,
program for our Dallas
like,
location.
historically good three-point shooters, but they didn't like revolutionize.
I don't know if you've heard of that, Aaron.
So
I
think
have
it's-
indeed. That's a very cool
Yeah.
setup. I want to talk to you more about that, but Mr. Delivery here waking up with some Cowboys in the cutoff. I put in a third bet.
Tell me the amount. How much do we
Somebody wakes up in the blinds. JD, ace tray of hearts. He's just going to let it go.
Probably know. I'm the...
Sort of did the mental dice roll. It didn't come up for bet. So just lets it go.
I people say
But yeah, so that's a pretty cool little feature that you guys have up there. Keep playing the tournaments week in and week out, accumulate points, and solidify yourself on the leaderboard. Get some pretty cool perks.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know anything about it, here's a little slide for y'all. $15,000 free roll every single quarter for our top 20 prize leaders and our top 25 loyalty players. So for the prize side, it's going to be your cash out amount or your prize divided by the entry fee. So say that you're cash for $1,000 and it's a $100 tournament, you're gonna get 10 points. And then on the loyalty side, every entry to the tournament gets you 1 point. So we want to have a good mix of players that have, good showings in the tournaments, and of course we want to be, show our support to the players that are here every single day playing our daily tournaments.
Good time last night.
Because I tell our dealers all the time, like we see the same, especially for our morning turbos, we see the same 50 to 60 players all the time, and I always wondered like when we're gonna have something to finally get back to those players that have been so loyal to us.
Yeah, like really explosive. Yeah.
How about you? Are you more of a cash player tournament? You play both? What are you into?
I definitely play more cash. But if you tell me there's a mixed game tournament going on up north, I'm gonna take that drive. I'm a sucker for those mixed game tournaments. Actually, me and Cooper made the drive up there last week for the 8-game mix, and that was a lot of fun.
Oh wow, fantastic! All right, Mr.
Not the
Delivery here
8
with
game that I want it to be, because it was horse plus like 3 pot limit games, but it's still a lot of fun.
Cool, cool. A couple of 10s here, early position for Mr. Delivery. Edison to 3x next to act. Already had the ace-jack folded in between as well. And it is going to get back to Mr. Delivery here.
Yeah, I like the idea here with this play here, but unfortunately he's running into it. Just poor timing. Tipped right now.
Yeah, these players both pretty deep. We had the $100 and the $200 straddle on, so this is going to be a shallower hand than we would normally see. Edison, the effective stack here, sort of playing 33 big blinds behind.
Oh no, and that's not a flop that Edison's able to get away from right now.
I got one from the archives. It's a Resorts World session. It's the whole
Yeah,
Kind of the dream
pot
flop in
ratio
both
here,
hands.
just about to a little bit under.
I don't have a ton of it
Edison
on
here
clip, but it
definitely
was
going to be
the first
looking
time,
for
like,
value and
lost a pot
protection.
to someone, and they got like extremely pissed that I was recording. The students started yelling.
Once
and
again, goes
screaming
for
at
this
me, and
very
realized I
small
was
bet
vlogging.
in position,
Thought I was
700
I won a pot from
into
like another fucking
3,400.
2-5 table.
This is definitely a board that he can do that on when he has aces
you've been here before.
and kings. He's not going to be concerned about too many hands continuing.
Like, he's vlogging, sir. He came up and
And this
like,
sizing
"Oh,
does allow him to bet 3 streets.
it's all good.
A lot of times when you
So
have
I
this sort of
had-
awkward
it
stack
sucked 'cause it
size
would've
where the
made such
SPR
good
is
contact.
under
I just
2,
have, like,
you
the
see
first
players
club
going
yelling at me.
for more of a middling size on the flop and then go for an all-in bet with their best hands and their bluffs on the turn. But looks like Edison is setting himself up for 3 streets or even an opportunity to check back some turns. Let's see how this plays out. Mr. Delivery is going to check raise. Pocket 10 is going to be near the top of his range.
I don't scroll, man. Just let the camera roll.
Certainly willing to stack off.
I'll go look it up.
At least that is the indication, the story that he's
Yeah,
telling.
you should watch my one from the lodge last year, the 100-200.
Pretty unfortunate spot here for Edison. I think his hand a little too strong here to just fold right now. Don't know if there's much merit into jamming, but you know, if he does just call, it leaves him with very little back, and he might just feel committed anyways.
It was like a weird mix.
A lot of people will sort of assume that Mr. Delivery is uncapped here, or is capped here, because he just called the 3-bet pre-flop. But I would say that that's not the case. He closed the action, so he can definitely call with aces, kings, you know, and sort of keep his flatting range very strong.
March the stream was down because that week in February, we
Edison does make the call.
They kept breaking. And like,
Stack pot ratio now well under 1.
Got rid of some people, got new people, new equipment.
2/3.
Started again, and 2 months later.
Yeah, Mr. Delivery here, I think, is sort of, I mean, this is just the awkward spot where you just kind of have to go for it all. Yeah.
Good live stream.
Like, it feels weird. You're like, I'm just going to get snapped off by, like, aces and kings, like, a bunch of times.
Right.
But
just any other better overpair.
yeah, but, like, literally, he's honestly putting jacks in a little bit of a tricky spot. I think jacks still should be calling off from a theoretical standpoint, but...
especially against Steven.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. I mean, that's fair. This board is just so dry, though. I mean, you know, you can look at it and you can say there's hearts, there's diamonds, and that's true. But I don't know. There, in my mind, it's just not a ton of combos of hearts and diamonds that are just going to check raise flop and then go for it here.
No, I tend to agree. It's like you know, it's a relative blank given the action pre-flop and flop on the turn. So, you know, he doesn't have pocket 7s. It's very tough. He has pocket deuces. Or it's hard for him to have a deuce. So, like, I just feel like it's much more weighted towards, you know, better overpairs that might have just slow played pre-flop. But let's see if Edison can get away here.
I think Edison is going to let this go. His demeanor sort of indicates that he's gotten himself here. He's not really sure, and he doesn't like it. I mean, because you also have to tell yourself too, like, Edison was the 3-better. Like,
right.
Yes, Mr. Delivery, if he's balanced, is going to trap with some aces and kings from time to time, but like Edison can also have those hands. So when Mr. Delivery plays this strongly,
yeah,
it's
he's not too worried about those holdings.
Yeah, he's just not afraid.
Yeah,
and so he does correctly get away from that, and I like that fold.
You know, and when I brought up how like I wouldn't have blamed Edison if he did make the call, because just of how Steven has played on previous streams, how Steven plays on the in the floor, and you know Daniel Dunn, one of our regular players here, says Steven's one of the only regs was actually a super tough spot, and like he could have some, he could still have some bluffs there balanced out with his hands value, which is so sick to think about, even on the board like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that Steven can have some. They're probably just going to be a lot of ace-x of diamonds to go for the check raise on the flop, right?
Make sure you tell him.
I know, I regret it.
Yeah, I don't know, that one's a little bit weird.
instantly rewarded here. Going to get aces, but no action, unfortunately.
Insta punish. Insta punish.
You say instantly rewarded. He says instant punished.
Yeah. And one enjoying that fold. Yeah, it's just. I guess the combo. I mean, it's probably still pretty close. I mean, if you think he only has like overpairs. I guess it's probably still weighted towards hands you're losing to, even for that price.
There it is. Wait, was it? The old Matias table change. It's like clockwork. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one could definitely analyze that hand for a little while. I just wanted to point out one extra thing, which is if you're going to call the check raise and see a relative blank on the turn, you know, like you might want to have a plan in place ahead of time as to how you're going to approach the spot. Like, okay, I'm going to call this, and like, what if I see a brick? You know, when he puts me all in, like, am I just going to go with the 9? And it sort of seemed like it was like, oh shit, like I guess I didn't really plan for what I was going to do here.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
In this spot. But I mean, it's a tricky spot for sure, but
no, I definitely agree. It's just, yeah, that's why I almost won't even blame a fold on the flop, right? I mean, because if you're, I mean, especially with how the stacks were at that time, you're almost like, he's probably almost jamming 100% of the turn cards, no matter what comes on the turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, even like just like bricked diamonds, you still have a card to come, and like, why not? You know,
right?
Especially like ace-x of diamonds. That's going to be like far and away the heaviest weight to Steven's bluffs there, because he's always going to have that ace that might just be good, right? Like, let's say that his opponent does just have like pocket kings or queens, and it's just like, oh, you want to check raise me? Okay, cool. Like, I'll let you hang yourself, and not just shove it all in right now. You know, you could always have that ace as the overcard. It'll bail you.
Oh wow, look at this. JD gonna get value on the river, betting $1,000, gonna get called by ace high.
Sick bet.
Gonna profit 2K off that pot. Nice hand for him.
Yeah, getting the call from the ace-king might look a little bit surprising. I don't think it's that out of the range of ordinary. The main thing there, I would say, is that I don't think that JD was targeting ace-high as much as he was targeting an inferior pair. And
just look at like the top 5 Euro players, and you know, you'll have to narrow it down. You'll have a suspect list.
Kyle Z here says, flop is a range bet. You really want to bet your range, then fold 9s to a check raise. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. The bet size is sort of the tricky part, right? Like, he bets 700 into 34 and then gets check raise small to 1900. Like, everything about the bet sizing made it so different and unique, and that, I think that's where the real nuance of the hand came in, was choosing that small bet size and then facing the small check raise. Sort of a rule of thumb is if someone bets small and you're going to check raise them, you check raise them big. If you check and they bet big, then you check raise them small. And so, yeah, that hand just went very small, and it was very out of the ordinary.
A little short, the kind of high cut.
Hally here with the best hand, ace high. Collin has hearts working.
It would suck to be a TCU football
So after check flop, he will lead here.
I'm like not invested in college football.
I'm not sure how Hally is going to feel about his ace high without improving to a backdoor suited flush draw. Doesn't have any straights working either.
Safe bet.
Well, let's go.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine like getting to like the final
Nice
table.
little pickup there for Collin.
Yeah.
Dealer David tonight. David Boyd is in the box. He's dealt quite a few of our live streams.
Lee here in the chat says if you call the check raise and then fold to these draws, which, you know, there are a bunch of draws, then there's only the 8-7 suited that Mr. Delivery could have that, you know, you're really sort of afraid of. Well, Yeah, I mean, and that's sort of the idea of like, I'm not sure that I believe that Steven is going to check raise A7 suited there on a 7 deuce deuce flop. Like, you're way behind the range in terms of the best hands that are going to continue.
Okay, you know what the next question is.
And having the ace, like you already sort of interact
totally
with.
fine, dude.
Okay, I don't know. I don't want to go into it too deep, but I don't think that he's going to check raise A7. So while that is like a hand combo that you could convince yourself, like, oh no, another 7 came, he's got a full house now. I wouldn't necessarily put that in there. I think it's either draws or overpair.
Pokernomix open the action with the ace 10. JD getting a 3-bet of the 900. Getting Jay to fold the ace queen from the small blind. Deciding not to 4-bet that hand, given all the action ahead of him.
Yeah. So
Pokernomix looks like he will defend.
probably going to Florida at the end of the month for WPT. Leaning heavily. Doing that. Probably leave on like
The flop top.
And I might be traveling beginning of February, possibly. But we can find a time to squeeze in. I'm on a visit to
JD going for the effectively zero equity bluff here.
So there we go. We can go and I think I can.
That's a good present.
Some people would say
I'll make you guys flip for who gets back.
betting 100% is fine. I think this is not necessarily the flop.
Now that you guys, kind of got your feet wet with the last one, hopefully you can pull your weight.
So let's go for it.
I solved the whole thing by myself.
The check call. Jack now on the turn.
Paolo, have you ever done an escape room?
No, I was just thinking about that.
Pokernomix checks again.
Oh, bro, you should come with us.
JD here, if he goes for this again, it's basically just YOLOing this
We haven't figured. We know we want to go. We haven't figured out when we're going to go.
I need some stuff to back this up, and
it's all about
why not
puzzles in a row.
E6
Like a lot of people
clubs?
get fixated on the idea, like they lock you in a room, and
Does slow it
it's
down
not.
there. Check
It's not that dire. It's really just like it's a series of kind of interconnected puzzles. The room usually has like a theme, whether it's I did it like a casino theme one time, a spaceship Mars theme one. It was like one was like art museum. The one we did, I think, was basically like we were hackers, yeah.
JD would have
And
to
so there's
reach
like a
pretty
scenario,
deep here to rep it.
which is basically just like a pretense string of puzzles.
8 that did not continue
And the
betting
puzzles can
the
be
turn.
sort of logical in nature. They can be sort of about the physical clues in the environment. They can be, it's like you're trying to find a code to a certain lock. Or
Front door hearts has missed. There's a whole other range of hands that
so it's a lot of different sorts
he
of
would
things.
not be
And
bluffing
good
with.
escape rooms
So
have like a good variety.
he can turn this one into a bluff.
I
He
mean,
will
so usually they're like 2 or 3
not
rooms
turn it
in
into a
sequence.
bluff. It was
And they
always
usually take like
a
an
bluff,
hour or
but
so to...
Wow, and Pokernomix with a plan there. Checked to call pretty much any bet there, I guess.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, his hand was the perfect bluff catcher.
Not even going to tank for the viewers?
So the snap call, very understandable. I think JD there, taking his time thinking, sort of came to the conclusion that all of his front door hearts are just going to check back and give it up.
It's good
So
thing
we
you guys
need
are in
some
like the same
other sort
camera
of
shot, because
junky
otherwise
stuff
someone had...
to bluff with.
I snapped Dong
I
off
think
one
he's
time.
going to have
on the table. No one knew what was going on.
suited connectors. Maybe not. He certainly came to the conclusion that he's not going to have enough of the 1 and 2 gappers that had gut shots. Yeah, because he also checks the turn, so I guess all of his gutties are going to continue betting. That was an interesting spot. I think I understand why he takes the 8-6 and puts that into the bluff range.
paper that they make us use out there.
There's not enough bluffs when he goes bet check bet.
Out there with like the. Is it the
Nice
king?
hand there for Pokernomix with a decent sized pot.
Super similar.
Yeah.
I've said this a dozen
And we
times,
got a
I'm
little
still
pin here from our producer David. 150 likes by 8 p.m. Let's try to hit that like goal, everybody. If you've yet to hit that like button, smash the like button. Helps the channel out a bunch. Appreciate it, everybody.
The main, maybe the 6 max.
Hey, what's up, bud? How are you?
I got someone here from the chat, Lee Zoo, says if you call, oh wait, hold on. Oh, my KK ran into AA twice at 2-5. Derek saw that last week. Well, yeah, oh, well, that was you? Man, yeah, he, it was actually against another one of my buddies. He got kings against aces. All in pre-flop 3 ways.
Gnarly. Turn to top pair for Hally. We'll finish as the best hand here. Jay, working with a naked gutter. Does not block either of the front or backdoor flush draws, though, so a pretty reasonable candidate to bluff with, but after just calling the turn, now going to be a little bit of a spicy situation. Does he go for the raise in position now?
Oh, he's going for it.
Small raise. Look at this. This is basically a min click. Says if you have either the hearts or the diamonds, you're just going to let this go for any amount. I actually really like this play. Jay here very well aware of. And he's going to get Hally to lay down the best hand. What a legend.
Nice play there from Jay. You know, and I was just talking to him on the table before the stream, and you know, I was kind of joking with him how I was like, "Hey, what was that nickname everyone kept giving you last Tuesday?" He's like, "Oh, everyone kept telling me how I was trapping Jay," because like I think literally every hand where he had the nuts, he would check river, hoping to check raise, and they literally caught him every single time. They're like, "Oh, what do you got there? What do you got there, Jay? Just the nuts?" And he would turn over like the nut flush or like some kind of top boat. And he said he was gonna try something new this stream, going for that bluff. Nice to see him try new things.
Yeah, that right there is maybe like one of the best examples ever of how much position matters.
Right.
And how you can abuse being able to act last. Like, there's just nothing better than watching your opponent put a little bet out there and being like, yeah, you're just trying to get value from your, like, you know, whatever strength hand. Like, you don't have the nuts over there. And when I raise you, you're going to fold all of the misdraws. You're going to fold all of your middling strength hands. And apparently you're even going to fold top pair, bro. So let me just tickle the pot for 800 more and take it down, like, 90% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hally's gonna be really surprised to see what Jay did with that hand there. I mean, because Hally just must not think that Jay's ever bluffing that spot, which it's tough to.
I mean, most people aren't. Right? Yeah, it's when you play against really tough opponents that you, or just like completely wild and random opponents that will do just, you know, they'll make decisions just on a whim. That you have to really start to wonder, like, do these min raises mean anything?
Sure.
Other than just like pure value, because sometimes people will be like, you know what? I've noticed this thing where when people min raise, they always have it. So I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
People think I always have it, right? Like leveling.
If I didn't know the cards, obviously, I would have instantly thought Jay had some kind of random 2-pair, or like maybe even a set. Like even that strong. Like I'd just be like, he is only value, like you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you could also, if you're in Hally's position, you could also say to yourself, wait a minute. If you actually have something,
we will see.
Why are you betting so small? There are several missed draws here. If I have something, which I do, a 9, you know, like, why wouldn't you make your hand look bluffy so that you can get max value from your best hands, right? Like, you know, it's the next level in the leveling war.
Yeah, we're now on level 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly, and so whenever there's all these missed draws and all these opportunities for there to be these bluffs, and you bet super small, it's like, wait, if you have so many bluffs, like you're going to be going big. And, you know, kind of the story doesn't add up, and so you go the other way. But,
yeah, no,
that
again,
is the beauty.
I think if Hally looks back on that hand, he's going to be blown out of the water there.
Dude,
honestly, I really do
loved
think
every
so.
minute of it.
Yeah, it was a pretty sick play there from Jay. Wow, big flop here. Nut flush draw for Fire. Second nut flush draw for Edison, and pretty deep stacks here. 8.4K to play for.
It is multi-way, so I don't suspect that Edison's going to go bananas, right? He's going to be very incentivized to just call and see if these other players will commit chips, and then if he improves, the pot will have sort of grown for him, but he doesn't have to risk a lot up front.
Oh, and he does
now.
Finds one of the pairs to take the lead.
Well, like he saw some dude who like told him who like the
Pair and second nut flush draw. Fire still with the nut flush draw. Might.
Even better. Taught you how to fish.
Let's decide to check back. I mean,
take
oh no. Oh boy.
River card, deuce of clubs, and this is a cooler. Fortunate thing here for Edison is that the stack pot ratio is around 8, so it's going to be tough for him to go broke, but he is looking at losing a sizable chunk here. As second nuts is certainly going to be looking to get some chips in the middle.
But then when the day comes, it's like he's sitting.
Yeah,
once again, goes for the small size, sticking to his sort of MO here. This is a little bit under half
Yep.
pot.
12 hours, 3 days in a row.
This is basically trying to get all the queens and maybe even some of the tens to call.
Away from those sorts of gluts.
Might be a little surprised here once he gets raised. It'll be interesting to see how Edison approaches this raise from Fire.
Another interesting decision. Relatively small raise here from Fire. As when you put it all together, Edison is basically facing a 1/3 pot size call, and yeah, he just flicks it in. So
Wow.
Like, okay, this is annoying.
Wow, and Edison,
really
like you're saying, losing the absolute minimum.
Yeah. Yeah, again, thinking about that from the sort of traditional standpoint of bet small, raise large, or bet large, raise small, that was a pretty small raise. And king for 5 flush just gets to pay off another 1,300.
Yeah, I'm surprised with you as well. I was like, I mean, for what, $500 bet on the river, Fire could easily have made it what, like 2,500.
Yeah, the way that I would think about it, or if I was challenging you or someone else would think about it, I'd be like, okay, let's say that you show up here with a dry guy. You got the naked ace of clubs. You're going to give this guy the business. You're going to bluff him. What's your sizing?
Right, especially if he's betting that small sizing. He's probably not weighted towards flushes as much,
Yeah, I don't think anybody that gets the gumption together and is like, I'm going to bluff this with the naked ace, like that they're going to pick 1,800. I don't think they're going to. So if you're not going to bluff that size, then your value shouldn't be that size. I don't know. I mean, that's the whole structuring.
No, I definitely agree with you. That's most of my thought process when I'm going, when I am raising for values. Like, I take a time to think about it, like what hands I could ride on the river with bluffs. If I have some bluffs that I can ride on the river with, then what sizing would I choose? And I imagine you go with the same thought process.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, multi-way action here. Top for Pokernomix is best. Mr. Delivery here. Top pair,
single raise pot as
kicker
well.
and a gutty. Oh wow, look at this.
2 pair now for Mr. Delivery on a 1-liner though, with the front door flush coming through. Would be an interesting spot for Pokernomix to turn his hand in with a bluff, if given the opportunity.
Mr. Delivery here gonna give a free river card, says there's just too many 10s out there. Checks it back. Pokernomix now improving to the nut flush. Checks it. And Mr. Delivery with number 2 at this stage. I mean, you have to bet. And this is going to be super gross when he gets raised, but you have to charge the 10 if it exists. You have to make it look like you're stealing the pot from an 8 or a 7. Yeah, here we go, 2/3 from this delivery.
And he bets a size. I mean, it's not even. I mean, not even the sizing really matters on this board texture. But I mean, I think he can comfortably bet fold with his holding. Let's see if he can get away from this.
Small raise here from Pokernomix. 875 more. So once again, 1/3 pot to call. And yeah, this is like hyper value. Mr. Delivery, of course, has literally the best hand he would ever have here that wouldn't be raising, and he's going to be able to let it go.
Yeah,
that
nice
right
fold.
there is, yeah, I mean, that right there is Mr. Delivery sort of understanding just the way that this game goes. He's played this game for a long time. When you're multi-way and somebody check raises into multiple players, they have it. They just have it.
Agreed.
Like no one's bluffing there, and it
no one should have any
have the
bluffs.
second nuts.
That many bluffs there.
Yeah.
And again, like we were talking about earlier about sizing, I mean, he also went with a sizing that's almost never a bluff, multi-way. It's like you're begging for a call. There's still 2 people left to act. Like it's just almost impossible, right, for him to have a bluff for that sizing on that board with that many players. Like so many things in play there.
Yeah. Would be just absolutely savage, though, to recognize that when the two players in between check as well, that you could maybe even rep the ace from time to time if you did.
We're now on
happen
level
to
5.
Just, you know, just like, why not? Let's go for this.
Yeah,
but
that would be sick play.
Yeah, people just don't do that.
And it's so hard to think about that in the moment too, right? I mean, obviously we have the easy job, right, of analyzing everything, like saying like, oh, what we could have done, what we would have done, what we should do. You know, while we're not having to risk our own money here, our own bankrolls. So it's even tougher, like, to come up with that same thought process in the moment.
Oh,
it's like, and recognizing that exact same spot.
Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. That's the delivery here with a little bit of a decision. Does he bluff his hand? And he says, yes, I do, for half pot. If he had a 7, I think this is about what he would do. He's basically just trying to get all of the pairs to fold without needing to improve. And if they do call, of course, he can always improve with an overcard or a heart on the end. So, like the play there from your delivery. Just takes it down with the ace-9.
Okay, I want to know what odds someone will lay me, and I want to take the against. I'm willing to bet that Collin does not own a non-stick frying pan.
He does not.
I'm taking that against.
So
what a bet.
You're saying he doesn't?
Yeah.
I don't think he does.
So Steven does not believe that Collin owns a non-stick frying pan.
What if he still doesn't own his parents have one?
Doesn't count.
No?
Yeah, no, he needs to personally own
one of his own.
the frying pan. I think that's a pretty good, wager.
Well, you made it harder with the, you know.
Give me what are the odds?
Leave it to Mr. Delivery to come up with something like that too. That guy's brain is
You've missed the last like 3 or the last 3 times he's been on the stream. All the conversation. This is not even close to what he's brought up.
Thankfully, I've played with him enough to know that he is one hell of a weirdo, but I love it. Edison here smashing this flop, middle set. Collin here with top pair.
Friends, I would
Pokernomix effective third pair back to club draw. 1K in the middle. Edison here with the betting lead, and he is going to fire half pot. Pokernomix, he was man in the middle on the button. He's going to have to let this go in. Now over to Collin.
I feel disrespected.
That's a pretty standard check call.
They sell non-stick frying pans at Target?
He really doesn't want to improve here on a turn with a 9 or a jack.
Okay, 4.5 to 1.
Does pick up a gut shot to the jack high straight. Is well ahead of all of the front door club draws that exist. Edison here likely to size up with 2K in the middle.
Like I'm an all-steel guy.
Although I keep talking about sizing up, and Edison has proven me wrong each time, going with the smaller bets. Let's see what he goes for this time. Indeed,
He will this time. He does have such a strong holding that still needs some, decent protection from other draws. We'll go for 1,300.
Slight overkill, but they're nice.
Even heat distribution.
Collin here drawing to a 10 only. Brick City.
Now instead for me, we've got to set a line of how many stainless steel pans I own versus how many.
Interesting hand combination here for Collin.
And that
his hand solidly in bluff catch territory, and perhaps even on the border of folding. Depends on the size that Edison chooses here, right?
I could see Collin folding to anything more than 3K, and then calling anything like 2K less.
Get it nice and hot, like a stainless steel pan, and get it to the right temperature.
Cast iron?
Oh no, well cast iron
I'm not
you can season that.
sure the bet size is really
pan, if it's like hot enough, then.
Oh, that's fair. Oh wow, he goes all in. Interesting.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the last sizing that we forgot to mention, right? Is the all in, the polarizing bet.
Yeah, well, I
2x
wasn't
pot.
going to say that part of it necessarily yet, because I wasn't sure that we would see this from Edison, given the fact that He's chosen these small sizes.
He's playing a big pot, and you're talking about shit about his cooking, you know?
Like, if Edison bets anything that isn't this overbet all in, then the size like really just kind of doesn't matter, because at least from a game theory standpoint, and Collin, I've played with him enough to recognize that he's a pretty well-studied player. He's going to see that as like, you just don't have missed clubs here. Like, you just don't have that. Unless you go for the big polarizing bet, right? Like, you're all in with your best hands, and you're
The brush would probably for sure be like a fake like sting.
and then everything in between is just not that, right? It would just be like a good jack. Like, imagine like an ace jack or something. Especially ace jack with the ace of clubs would be a pretty good hand to bet a middling size, you know, for value. But yeah, of course, the big size there is just going to get the fold immediately. But yeah, I don't know, the Jack-9 there, that one's really tricky. I think he would end up folding to any size, honestly. I mean, we saw the big polarizing size. He let that go pretty quickly, and then I think any middling size was just way too value heavy, so he's going to fold to that as well, I guess. But yeah, how you approach these spots where you go for the check call, and then you're just like, please check behind and give up. Like, please check behind and give up, and then they don't. You know, you're like, oh damn.
Actually, can I get a bottle of water for me, please, Toledo?
The Amazing Productions here says that he was at the card house and played or saw a 5.5K four-way all-in at a 1-2 game. Wow, that's amazing. That right there is a testament to the games at TCH Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it just because, I mean, the past, 2 months I've been playing a mix of 2-5 and 1-2, and I played some 3K pots at 1-2. It's kind of obnoxious.
Huh?
That's amazing.
Oh, someone's feeding you the. That 7 killed my action.
Looks like we've returned to the 9s versus 10s hand in the table chat. All right, folds to J in the small blind. This is a hand that generally see raised, but he's just gonna call. Edison will take his free flop, and we'll go heads up to set flop.
I just hope we learned a valuable lesson about trying to get value with 9s.
Savage.
Whoa, what?
Absolutely savage from Steven.
Just calls out his hand?
I can only imagine that by this stage of the show, Steven has learned
Any
his opponent had 9s, or have someone talk to him.
No, I don't think anyone's taking me up on it.
I think he just called out his hand just by just pure instinct there. I don't think I've seen him step away from the table, and these players tend to have, they kind of have like a silent agreement to not sit away from the table and look at previous hands.
My price was getting better.
Okay, well, I mean, so you could certainly deduce that it's either 9s or 8s from the way that the hand played out. I suppose your delivery. I wouldn't take it away from him that he could make that read. I'd say that they've already talked about it.
So the TV in his bedroom.
Not on the floor.
Either way.
I don't have a TV.
Yeah, kids these days, man.
There.
There's all computers, right? He's got the double wall, the double arm mount.
So it looks like we got about 77 likes right now. We are trying to get to 150 likes by 8 p.m. So if you yet hit that like button, please hit that like button for us, especially if you've been enjoying our commentary and the content on the screen so far.
So you do live at home, huh?
I'll listen to the voices of Derek and Aaron tonight.
I didn't think you did, actually. I thought you didn't. But I was
Yeah,
like,
happy to be joining you.
Hey, living with Armin.
Looking forward to doing some of these strings with Ben as well.
Maybe your mom will give you the non-stick pan when she's like, you're gonna need this.
Home for like the washer and dryer.
Yeah, I already enjoy the capability of the remote casting this past Saturday, because I'm typically not at the card room dealing or playing on Saturdays, but I'm doing the commentary for the Saturday final table, and you know, I decided to test it out, and you know, it was nice. I was sitting on the couch.
My mom, for years,
I had my PC connected to my TV and just commentating over the live stream. It was a lot of fun.
And some of it she parted with. Like, you know, she would kind of part with some of it here and there, be like, oh, here, take this nice thing.
Of course, Ben just
but then other
moved,
stuff, it
so
was like,
that's not what I'm talking about. But
that's staying. So I like some nice pizza stones.
I didn't
completely
like
drawn a
ask,
blank here.
to be
Who's
completely honest.
the other gentleman that does commentary with you?
Ben Kirby.
Ben Kirby.
Yeah, there's two Bens. Yeah, there was two
I was
Bens.
thinking of Mining. I was like, oh no, I just said Ben. Ben
This is nice, so don't,
but of
like,
course it's Kirby.
I actually assumed you were talking about Ben Kirby. So.
Well, of course that's how I should have played it off. But then in my mind I was like, oh no, that's not his name, because I always think of Kirby, not Ben. Oh man.
I needed something.
Yeah.
Kyle Z in the chat says every like takes 1 second off to build his jail time.
Smash the like button, people.
Like I moved into this house, like my
I'm
senior
sure you're
year,
familiar.
My senior year, I moved into
Very,
a house near campus with like
very
some friends. And
What a world we live in.
and went back to my mom's place to like pick up some furniture.
All right, a couple of gut
Like
shots
big,
here for
like a
Edison
big
and
bottle of grape juice, like, on top of the
Pokernomix.
fridge.
Hally here with two
She's
live
like, oh, why don't
cards,
you guys go ahead
but
and
no
take that
reason
with you? So we
whatsoever
brought it back,
to
and we had like just
continue
moved
to
in at that point. So there was,
Edison
like, no
thinking about how to
booze or anything,
proceed,
like, in the
though.
house. And that was gone in like a day and a half. Like
If you're against two separate gut shots, can you say you're against an open-ended draw?
not by my hand, I should add. Not a vodka
I
by
wouldn't
myself.
necessarily say that.
Yeah.
Edison is going to go for the check raise here.
Or just alcohol.
So probably in terms of like,
And I like
don't
this.
drink that many liquors straight
You can have
up,
some
but I like
suited
cocktails
queen
quite a bit.
fours.
So that if you like
Plus,
basic
Yeah, all
he's
the
a
queen nines.
mixologist.
Have
Like,
some suited nines.
I the way that he has a whole mixology
that
kit
he
like
did
that,
close
you know,
the
like all this
Free
stuff.
flop.
the card doesn't roll,
So,
but you
yeah.
need to lay like
Mix the
really,
gut
really
shots
good
in there. I do like that. Has one overcard as well.
Uh,
Pokernomix, though, is going to call, and that
Well, I guess the giveaway is when I
is a
use
little
the
bit
phrase
spicy.
spirit.
On these rainbow boards
real
like this,
cognac.
there's not going to be a ton
And,
of, you know, sort of flush draw holding
is nice 'cause gin
to
goes
be up against, where you would just be like, hey,
vodka's basically
I've got
as
high
good as
cards,
gin,
and
so I
you're
don't
probably
understand
on a
why people
flush
drink
draw.
vodka. There's so many good gins out there.
So the king jack here, pretty gutsy call. Let's see how Edison handles
like, one of my
the 7 of
favorite-
spades on the
favorite
turn. Does have the 10 of spades, so he can rep some backdoors as well if another spade peels off.
Gin,
And he will continue telling the story.
lemon juice,
1800
a type of wine
into 20.
called Lillet, or like Coca Americano is like the brand that I use. Which is like a specific type of wine.
That's what I need when I bet next time.
And orange liqueur.
What's that like?
And then it's like, and then you garnish it with like a little spritz of
Not
Pepsi.
that.
Okay,
It's
take
like
it down.
I don't know if he's
fantasy
not there.
licorice tasting.
A little bit of both.
Edison's always seen it. Edison's
Said
always
you,
seen it.
I really like licorice too, but I love
Pokernomix here leading the earnings tonight. That was about
like, it's
7K.
really kind of like tart and bright, but then
Our
you get a little
and
bit
delivery not too far behind. The rest of the table looking to get in the black
really good too.
as we round the first half of our stream.
I'm not a whiskey fan.
No? Again, like drinking whiskey straight up, I don't have much interest in.
Yeah, same.
But like a nice whiskey, like a good old fashioned. I enjoy old fashions, but I try not to drink too many.
Did you manage to dodge the season of illness, Aaron? Because man, I swear every dealer I've talked to here, every player has gotten sick at least once
Oh yeah,
the past 3 months.
because they're just like
Yeah, no,
insecure
I
about
did not.
consuming
I did
alcohol
not
from
dodge
any other part
that.
of the color spectrum.
Especially us poker players and dealers, right? We're literally in the worst environment to avoid germs.
Yeah, you know, I like to think of it as the best environment to keep our immune systems working.
Yeah,
at top,
most
peak
up to date.
performance. Yeah.
Yeah, like they say, you need to update your PC every few months. You know, you got to update our immune system, right?
Yeah, and sometimes processing the malware, you know, takes a little bit of time off the clock, but you know, if we get back in there, we're better for it.
Probably like 3-4
All right, checky here. This is not the board that Collin had in mind for a C-bet. Let's pick up the nut flush draw on the turn. Pokernomix still checking. It's a brilliant card for Collin to start betting. It's a semi-bluff card, and so he can't go small.
They don't have any orange. They don't express
Very
any orange. So
understandable. Pokernomix with no diamond is
That's really like for me, like the whole thing is just like a glorified vehicle for like a little bit of orange oil.
it's very good for a little bit of orange oil.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the orange oil. I don't
No, that's kind of how I feel
really
too.
want it. Yeah.
Like plenty of shitty old fashions.
Yeah.
I feel about old fashions the same way I feel about scrambled eggs, which is that like when I go places, I don't generally trust other people to make them the way that I like them.
That's a hot take.
You even bring the orange out the other day.
In the hands of like a capable bartender, and if I'm in the mood.
And one
Generally,
of the girls, the next bartender, she's like, I can do it. I'm like, okay.
I wonder how Steven likes his scrambled eggs. The average.
Well, they are. They're both like so essentially like
not do well.
so vodka's like a you know, it's like a neutral grain spirit. It doesn't have much flavor on its own, but gin
He
is
probably
basically
eats
the
it
same
Gordon
flavor.
Ramsay
Generally,
scrambled eggs or scrambled style.
Generally, it's also like distilled.
Wait, how's that?
Like a lot
It's
of herbs,
it's like you're like constantly you're like whisking the yolks or the eggs at the bottom of like I think he cooks he scrambles the eggs in like a pot, and then he's constantly stirring over like a really low flame, and it makes like a really like mushy like almost like a curdled scrambled egg.
Okay, yeah, really, the ultra fluff or whatever.
Yeah.
Going on. Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, I could see Steve doing that. And then as he lifts each bite into his mouth with the fork, he's got one pinky in the air.
That's like saying
Oh no, he's not eating with a fork. He's eating it on some kind of artisanal toast.
Oh wow.
You could if you wanted, but you would have to call it something else.
And sprinkled on with some fresh cut chives and maybe some kind of red pepper flakes or something.
In some ratio.
Some crumbled goat cheese, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go.
Some people like just a very little bit of vermouth.
We gotta rewind a few steps. He's using an immersion blender with the goat cheese into the yolks, and then doing that whole process of cooking.
Some people are very much they like the olive.
And Kicker Problems here says, and the eggs have to be cooked in a non-stick pan. That's absolutely right.
Absolutely
Although he was talking
right.
about his stainless steel pans, which are not great for scrambled eggs. That much I have learned firsthand. But
it's a cocktail of some kind that we serve in a martini glass, and I can't really think of what else to call it. So an appletini.
Edison getting 3 bets with the queens. And interesting spot here as JD's gonna 4-bet the 2K. Now the R is all this is all in late position. So let's see how Edison approaches this hand here.
Yeah, this is my favorite orientation for this sort of interaction. Button, cut off, big blind, one of the blinds, either straddle, big blind, small blind.
Important whether you shake it or stir it.
Oh, that's very important too. It's stirred.
Edison here runs the risk of flat calling and then getting blown out of the hand by Hally, and get at the same time a 5-bet with queens, and then getting all the chips in is a little bit of a scary proposition as well.
Like when he orders a drink called the Vesper.
He's gonna just make the call here.
So like a Vesper is like a drink you can actually go like a cocktail restaurant,
in the hot
cocktail bar and order.
What's the Vesper?
A Vesper is basically
When Edison just calls, he can rule that hand out from being aces and kings, and probably even ace king.
But again, that's like.
This would be absolutely savage, legendary move
Like, let's say
if
like
Hally rips it here. Or puts
And
in.
he's definitely capable of it.
Maybe the rip isn't the right play. Maybe just the raise to 6.5. But
so they'll give you,
Hally here in the thing with CG off the bluff. Yeah, goes for the safe option, which is just get out of the way. I mean, I think I go for that, but if you're gonna randomize and you just like roll a 1 or something, you're like, shit, we're doing this. Like that would be pretty epic.
Yeah, so if, say, Edison was in the pot, I think I definitely could have seen him do it against Hally, just because if he knows JD's so capable of having some 4-bet bluffs in his range. I think what really deterred him in that spot, just based on what I've seen in previous streams, is the fact that Edison was even in that hand.
Yeah, but Edison's capped when he calls, which is the challenge. Like, Edison gets to preserve playing in position by calling. As long as he doesn't get blown out of the hand by Hally. But he does cap himself when he calls there. And this is actually a pretty bad flop for him, all things considered.
But the thing is, I mean, just based on what I've seen, I could definitely see Edison having kings occasionally in that spot. Just, maybe not wanting to have a 5-bet range or...
Okay. Fair enough. 7 of diamonds now on the turn.
Like Cocaine Americano, which is the one that I like to add quinine to it, which is
Maybe you're gonna take another peek here.
Like that's quinine. So it has a little bit of flavor.
When Edison calls, like Edison In my opinion, Edison is going to be very heavily weighted towards queens and jacks. A little bit less so towards ace king, and just like never king's ace. JD is going to go ahead and slow this one down though. Edison is going to feel so good about that. This is the best check that Edison has ever seen in his entire life. I might be wrong about that, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that that is indeed the case. And
that's a blank turn, or the blank river?
Yeah, the best check followed by the best river he's ever seen in his entire life.
Right, yeah, no paints. Tough for JD to even have ace king or kings or aces. You'd expect all those holdings continue barreling on the turn. Edison was probably the best hand he'd arrive on the river with, or one of the best hands.
JD is just completely shutting this down. Edison.
Yeah, and he takes a sigh of relief as he scoops in a nice-sized pot. I don't know if you saw that, too.
Oh, for sure. Oh.
Yeah, just so happy to win that pot.
Yeah, and JD, you know, probably wishing, you know, seeing the queens get turned over, he's wishing that he had like ace queen, you know, where he can just barrel because like he's not going to win the pot otherwise, and he can rep all of the best hands and also block the best calling hand. So he's just kind of probably annoyed that he had a hand as good as 10.
It's a spirit, yeah. It's called Kashasa.
Habib in the chat, what's up? One of our regular players from the Wednesday game, 5-10 and a quarter, usually with a $50 and $100 straddle. How's it going, Habib? Appreciate you stopping in. And Carlo the chat pro, one of our live stream chat regulars. How's it going, Carlo?
Yeah, what's up, Carlo?
Got about 400 viewers right now. Thank you all so much for tuning in this Tuesday evening.
Wow, look at this. All right. Pocket eights for Edison makes the flat call. Pocket eights for JD. He lets him go.
And Edison, you added on, right? Because your set. Oh, damn, son. Okay, never mind.
So no set for Edison coming. We know that much. Test hand actually going to be Jay here calling out of the $100 straddle with the second pair top kicker. Checky to Edison, and with effective third pair here, I think, yeah, you just check this back and hope that the river, or the turn and river check through as well. Like the bet here from Jay, recognizing that when his opponents check the flop, they don't have the second pair top kicker beat very often. Every once in a while, of course, you'll have some Jack 10 that's going to check back, maybe even a Jack 8 suited, but very reasonable spot to bet if you're Jay. And Edison here now has to wonder if his opponent just has something like a Queen 10, King Queen, turn clubs, right? Things of that nature. So he does make the call as the advantage of playing in position. A King of Hearts here now on the river. Could slow down the action from Jay, and it does. And we'll find out that Jay wins with a pair of nines.
You know, and it's good to see this kind of action, or this kind of betting on the turn here. As you know, you might see a lot of lower stakes players, especially at the 1-2, choosing not to bet out for value with that holding. And you know, and then if say you get that river card, it's even harder to start to bet for value, and you can definitely miss a lot of value by not betting turn cards like that. With
Yeah,
a holding
100%. I think that's one of the main, I would say, like action classes that differentiates sort of the, well, I guess it's usually by stakes, lower stakes to middling to higher stakes, but really I guess it's more just the awareness of the player, is whether or not they go for these sort of thin value spots. And you know, once you get comfortable enough with it, you'd recognize that second pair top kicker is like not even thin value. That's just like straight up value.
It's straight value, yeah.
Yeah, in a spot like that. And then your thin value is like when you really start going down even further. You know, you've got your 9-8 type holdings, and you're still betting with your second pair, but your kicker you know is not playing. You're just not worried about it because you know that your opponents aren't going to be ahead of you very often.
Look at this, JD attacking the cutoff opening range from Pokernomix. But yeah, Pokernomix still a really hand to defend with.
Probably. I'm
probably not going this time.
You're not going?
We don't get the diamond flop.
Oh, yeah.
Send everyone
You got
into
other
a
plans?
frenzy. Instead, it's just bottom pair here for JD.
Well, I'll just have to ship it for you.
And he's in
your
position
name.
with one of the better
Last
flops
hand, I'll
for
hit a
his
royal.
range. So
Get paid.
he'll put in a little C-bet here.
Tell me 1%, please.
1/3 pot.
I know you don't care about.
Can you afford my markup though? It's 0.7.
Someone at markdown.
0.7? Can I say more then?
Wow. The stone.
Whoa,
Zero
what a
equity check raise here from Pokernomix.
wow. I wonder what prompted this.
I did.
Could be player dependent, I guess. You know, knowing that JD doesn't necessarily even have to connect to that board, given the positions where all the hands are, cut off and button.
In Florida?
Pretty spicy move there from Pokernomix.
Yeah, I think that was a YOLO, and the YOLO got the job done.
Yeah.
Well played.
We literally just talked about it when we started again today.
Yeah, we did. I did not play that one. Kind of wanted to, had some FOMO when I was watching it.
It's a really good.
Bro, I wish I was there. Yeah.
I'll definitely go again.
It looks super good. All the vlogs that came out from it looked awesome.
I watched the coverage. The coverage was great.
The WPT cash games they had during it were really good too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
they
like
had
we're
a lot of that
talking
going on.
about the
They've got it. They've got the
5 diamond
super
WPT
crisp,
tournament that just
yeah.
the series that just wrapped up.
I think.
Yeah, did you make your way up there for that?
I did
sort of
not.
talked about,
So I had a
like,
couple
the
buddies
future
that went and played.
Poker content or watching poker. I mean, you're
One
in the
of
space too
whom
now. And
made a
it was
pretty
like,
deep run there.
And it was like, oh, it's
So,
poker's gonna get
like
boring. It's like
16th
everyone's like
place or
quiet and
something.
serious. And
Oh, in the 10K?
you know,
Or
Yeah.
the yeah.
Some more
Wow.
kind of animated
And that's
in action.
That must have been at
Well,
least
even
6
so, I
figures,
just think
right?
it's like I think they're doing a really good job.
Yes,
Like,
solid
making it
6-figure
fun.
score, but
Maybe it doesn't
you know,
have as
quite
wide a reach outside the poker
the
world. Like, you
7
don't have people like
figures that we all
just
hope to
tuning
dream
in
about.
casually on a
Yeah.
But
Thursday
still,
night to
fantastic
watch,
run, really well played.
you know, day
by
6 of the main event.
But yeah, no, I didn't make it out for
But
that
it's like
series.
stuff that's-
community.
And,
It's, yeah, in the niche, it's like
Yeah,
Which
know,
I feel
going
like
up to
with
Choctaw
with
here this
Twitch and
weekend, this is
streaming
going to be my
on
first
content creation,
like
a
big
lot of
buy-in
people are
tournament, you know,
following really niche content
relatively
anyway.
big buy-in tournament in
And
a
so the
little
fact that
while.
poker's leaned into that,
I've
I
been
think, is,
just sort of sticking around the Austin area playing some of the
probably
local series
poker.
and, you know,
an article
just kind of chilling here as
today.
of late.
It was, like a sports journalist.
But, yeah.
talking
Yeah,
about
how
Texas
blessed
poker
we are, right, in the great state of Texas that we can just stay within Dallas and Austin, right? We're just a 3.5 hour area where we can play some of the biggest, best cash games and tournaments in the country. Even.
You can't unring this
Absolutely.
bell.
Another battle of the immediate spades, but no spades on this flop.
Yeah.
It is, once again, sort of a middle pair here for one player.
Don't give JD the satisfaction.
Hally will tickle the pot for a little under
Just
1/3 and see if Edison gives them the business here.
Call it.
I mean, he's got a slam dunk check call, but still. We've seen some crazy stuff.
Doubt.
You know, and I guess trying to go back to talking about the difference between live and online poker, right? You're going to see a lot more unorthodox plays probably pop up in the live field.
Have you ever played the live?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's sort of a highlight of the live stream experience is getting to see players really just attack each other in very unusual ways and, you know, just kind of play that that little bit more like from the hip, you know, Wild West style, rather than just a bunch of button-clicking robots. All right, does run out 4 to a flush, but Edison here with some modicum of showdown value, still just checking, and Hally here. A little bit tough to rep a big club here at this point.
Not sort of ish. I mean, it's more just like the
1940s
casual wool jacket, but
They won't go for it here. I mean, it just has 10 high, 0 showdown.
super cash about it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand his hand combination going for this, but it's a little bit tough to represent it.
Yeah, you expect all of the holdings to have
lets it go pretty quick.
Clubs are coming out
the king of
tonight.
clubs to at least you know, if they had barreled flop, they're most likely to continue barreling turn, right? If they pick up that nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's pretty much ace-king with the king of clubs that would ever check back the turn because you just have so much of the equity locked up that you feel pretty comfortable doing it.
Sure.
And that's a very select couple of combos, right? It's ace of clubs, or sorry, king of clubs, and then one of the two other remaining aces, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever, three.
Yeah.
So
But still, very small, very few number of hands there.
Yeah, 3-hand combos. And then, like, do any other clubs really feel comfortable betting there? Like, yeah, sure, maybe you can get down to the whatever second nuts and such. But, yeah, no, I mean, one of those spots where I wouldn't even have hated him just, like, thinking a little bit longer before folding. Just, you know, trying to process the information that you have.
I mean,
of course, you know, we get to see all the cards face up, so it's a hell of a lot easier to be like, oh, well, he probably doesn't have it here. But,
right. At the end of the day, he still just had an 8 on a 4-club board.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like, if he feels like his opponent's ever competent enough to occasionally have, like, you know, a middling or small pocket pair with a club, then he just loses that too. You know, turning that pocket pair into a bluff with the club.
Yeah,
that's simply problematic when you have a hand like that you want to call down with. Is if you somehow lose a portion of your opponent's bluff range, then that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would be a little bit hard pressed to think that someone would bet a middling club. But yeah, but you're right. You're right. Maybe even like a small club, right? If they somehow did have a very small club. I'm not sure how many of those are in the range, but yeah, you do always have to be cognizant of that. I know that this happened to me yesterday, where I called with a bluff catcher and lost to someone's bluff value. You know,
right. No, I mean we've all been there. We play long enough. You're like, you know, I thought you were bluffing, but I made a very light call.
And you were bluffing. In your own mind, you knew you were bluffing, and yet you got me to call.
Right. Yeah, it's like, I never expected you to bet, you know, second pair like that, but...
That's the thing in this game.
200.
That's when you and I, Aaron, are realizing that we were overthinking that spot. Also, it's like, oh no, like they were just betting.
Well, it's either that or what I oftentimes find myself realizing is like, you know what? Sometimes people just click the button.
Right,
you
exactly.
know, they just
or we overthought it.
And it just, you're just going to lose to some value bluffs sometimes. It's just going to happen, you know?
Good old value bluff, for sure.
Yeah, dude, I had a buddy walk up to me the other day and be like, hey, I got to talk to you about this hand. And he walked me through the hand and everything. The moral of the story is he ends up folding a second nut flush because there's 4 to a straight, or 4 to a flush out there, and he just believes that his opponent must have it. And then his opponent shows the hand, and of course they had turned the flush, and then the river like counterfeit their hand or whatever, but they still bet it anyways because they just, why not, right? And he ended up folding the second nuts to an inferior flush because they just YOLO'd it like they didn't know what to do because they got counterfeit, and then they just bet anyways, and he convinced himself they had the nuts. And that kind of stuff will happen. Yeah. That will happen, and you will just like be flabbergasted by either you called and you shouldn't have, or you folded and you shouldn't have. And it's like, at the end of the day, like, you just, if you stick with a sound strategy that's going to be right most of the time, or that is at the very least like a correct conceptualization of the game, then, you know, the actual wins and losses and how they occur isn't really relevant. And you can kind of shrug things off like that because you're like, oh, well, I did what I should have and I lost because that was weird.
Obviously, like a year is like a pretty small sample.
Yeah,
size.
sorry, Julian, I
Like,
can't spoke English.
You're
Spoken English.
Or the overthoughters. Did I really say that? Golly.
By majority, I mean like a lot. Like.
Yeah, Julian is actually a buddy of mine here. He's also a dealer at TCHLive.
It's gonna be what?
It's gonna be exactly what you.
We actually have we have a fair number of dealers that watch our stream here.
And yeah, it's gonna be what you.
All right, looks like a pretty non-eventful hand here. I'll let you finish this one off as I go get a refill on some water and use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I want like a ledger. I want like an Excel spreadsheet. Like every individual.
Looks like we're closing in on our 8 o'clock mark here. How many likes do we have? We are trying to hit 150 likes by 8 p.m. Looks like we have 102, so we need about 48 more likes here in the last 4 minutes. Can we do it? If If you get to hit that like button, please hit the like button. Helps the channel out a bunch.
Yeah, but then I gotta hire some intern to like, you know, tabulate all that.
Got about 400 viewers right now on YouTube and about 12 of y'all on Twitch. So thank y'all for tuning in.
Outsource to another country. You're fine.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's we're going in the wrong direction in the Screwballs department.
Fiverr.com.
Mine could be.
Craigslist.
Jay gonna open the action in the low jack. Pocket threes. Wow, really surprised that Edison folded the king queen on the button there. Definitely wanted to mind just a call. Maybe he feels like this is a 3-bitter fold, but
There's been a misunderstanding.
to the flop here. He's gonna come ace high. Pokernomix gonna flop top pair. And there's a gut shot for JD.
I was told something about a suck out. So you need to track all of them.
Two pair now for Pokernomix. A little concerned about his kicker on the flop, but hitting two pair now. Must be pretty happy about that now. Jay would just pocket threes on ace high board. We'll just let it go, and Pokernomix going to take it down.
I gotta wait to get a banana.
Pokernomix still leading the way, up about $10,000. Fire about 4,400. This delivery up 26. And as Aaron comes back to the booth here, if you're just now joining us, welcome to TCH Live. My name is Derek. We're joined by commentator Aaron from the Austin stream. If you're just now tuning in, we got about 2 hours left in our live stream on High Stakes Tuesday.
300.
All right, nice roll there, Ragnar, in the chat. Oh, yeah. Mr. Delivery here going to roll it in with the ace-king and just pick up an easy pot. As we look at the earnings there, Pokernomix up the most, nearly 10K plus. JD stuck a little over 8. Everybody else in the middle, not too much up and down.
You know, and when you got I mean, kind of also think about it in terms of big blinds too, right? Because it seems like most of the night they've had the $100 straddle on. So to say that JD's only down 80 big blinds is kind of insane.
Thank you so much.
To think about.
Collin
Yeah, this is true.
Next hand.
I'm gonna try to get there, but
Sorry, I didn't mean to cover up my straw.
I like your side.
Nice little suited wheel ace here for Pokernomix on the button.
That is one big pile of shit.
Open to 4x. And just take this one down.
Game.
Same hand?
You lose the pot today? Yeah.
I lost one or two.
One or two.
In the games that you play up in Dallas, there are a lot of straddles involved, or is that kind of a rarity?
This is my chance to get even.
Oh, consistently, no matter what the stake level. 1, 2, 2, 5, game, PLO, there straddles in every game.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, here in Austin, I would say that the straddles are maybe a little bit more rare. Certainly when the 1-3 or 2-5 game gets going here, we have the straddle on pretty frequently. But 1-2, I'm usually one of the few straddlers, I would say.
Yeah, you know, after my shift today, I played some 2-5 post stream or before the stream, and there was like I think 5 of us in a row that all straddled, you know, every single hand. It was just. We got a solid 5 out of the 9 players. It's pretty much straddle every orbit, so
2 weeks and then like
pretty decent.
had a really annoying cough for like. I mean, I still have the cough, but sure that was like sick for 2 weeks.
Thank you so much to David dealing the first half of our stream. I'm not too sure who
I think it's getting better.
our dealer is. I pretty much know all the dealers, but
I mean, I still have a coughing today, so I'm
gonna wait for the camera angle to change. But looks like they're gonna do another flip here to start off the second half.
Bacterial was rolled out on this.
So they thought it was viral.
And while they get this flip underway, I am going to throw on a little bit of an ad here. to promote our new tournament rewards program starting this year in 2023. So check this ad out here.
My name is Eugene. I'm the tournament director at Texas Card House Dallas. I have some exciting news for our tournament players in 2023. We will be starting a tournament rewards program that is offering a $15,000 free roll quarterly, and there's 2 ways to qualify. 1, you can be top 20 on our money leaderboard. 2, you can be top 25 on our loyalty rewards leaderboard. Follow along at texascarddallas.com for more details.
That's right. If you like tournament poker, you're going to love it even more here in Dallas in 2023. We're going to be running $15,000 free rolls every single quarter with our top 20 prize leaders each quarter and our top 25 loyalty players qualifying. And you can qualify for these tournaments by playing in any of our daily tournaments, which includes our Saturday big one and bigger one. The top 20 prize leaders are qualified by their prize amount divided by the tournament buy-in. So, for example, if you cash for $1,000 and it was a $100 buy-in, you get 10 points. And for the top 25 loyalty players, you get a point for every single entry into a tournament. It's pretty exciting stuff here we have in 2023.
Mr. Delivery there rivering the nut straight and taking down the flip for an extra 2K.
Huh? No, the button's good. The button's good. The button's good. Maybe that's one.
I guess I'll straddle twice in a row because I won the flip.
Yeah, I remember he straddled that.
Yeah, because he was.
Yeah, but he was. Yeah, he was. I was gonna say he was missing. That seems like the wrong choice of words.
Missing's fine.
We're about to send a search party out for you.
Oh, wait, so it's Christy.
Missing fluff,
I couldn't recognize her from the top view, which I don't know why I would.
It was right there for you. I just left. I teed it up.
But I guess I feel like I've commentated enough of these, right? Where like I start to just recognize the dealer from the top angle.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially if the regular live stream dealer. Everyone welcome
heads up
Christy
here
to the
between
booth.
Jay and Mr. Delivery on the small pair. Jay flops best. Small continue for 1/3. Mr. Delivery, without any backdoors, is just going to come ahead or come along to a turn here. Keep his opponent honest. Let's see if Jay slows this down. He does.
Boo!
Boo that man, says Mr. Delivery. But that man will win the pot.
Trade you for reds.
Thank you.
So we've been rocking the 4-card PLO bomb pots down here in Austin for quite some time. I know that that is a thing that hasn't really taken on life up there in Dallas too much. Do you guys have bomb pot tables or?
Oh no, we've had that for quite a while actually.
Well, but okay, so maybe I'm mistaken, but I think just in the regular, like let's say that we were going to go play 2-5, the 2-5 game that you were playing earlier. Do you guys do a PLO bomb pot or?
Yeah, every dealer change.
Oh, well, okay. I apologize. I was under the impression that the bomb pots were Hold'em up there still.
No. For 2-5 and above, they can do whatever they want, like flips or.
Oh, but like 1-2 and 1-3, it's all Hold'em.
I mean, we just have 1-2, but yeah, 1-2 is just Hold'em, the 2-card double board.
Maybe that's what someone was saying, and I was misunderstanding it.
Yeah. So they used to do it in 1-2, at least when I first started working here. But the issue was at the time we were still doing 300 max at the 1-2. So you can imagine how fast the PLO bomb pots would break the game, or and we'd have a lot of newer players. I mean, typically the 1-2s are like the introductory stake, right, for players that maybe have never played live poker or maybe played in like a professional setting. And they had a lot of players like, I didn't realize, this would like for PLO. I never played PLO. I mean, they felt like they were getting kind of bullied into the game, or Sure. Not that, you know, I mean, there's always like responsibility for the player to watch out for themselves, but still, it's like we wanted to look out for the customers too.
Well, there were certainly growing pains here in Austin as well. At first, a sizable portion of the population did not want to start playing PLO, but once it flipped and most people wanted to play, like it was all in. Like nobody was even talking about hold'em bomb pots anymore. So
yeah, it's tough to go back. And
it's impossible to go back.
Yeah.
Fire and Edison here, both playing pocket deuces against Hally's ace king.
That sucks the big one.
They take one?
So far, so good for the deuces. Equity split.
They just like take they just like break down the small blind and like take it.
LA they take two, which is insane.
Oh yeah.
Well, here they're raking all the time.
Yeah, all the time. 24/7.
24/7. That's
Checks through. Another jack here. Pretty favorable card for all players involved.
Yeah, in LA it's two pre-pot, even if you don't see a pot. The one, no matter what, and the one's for like the jackpot or whatever.
Oh, the jackpot.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, the funny thing is that no one has an incentive to bluff because they all have showdown value. But Fire here is going to go ahead and put out a little bet here to see if he can clear out his opponent's equity.
Done one to flip that we all put our hands in the middle and done one to flip.
One down, one to go, but Hally here, 2 overs and a gut shot to Broadway.
You know, I lose track of
Definitely
time.
see him looking this up.
8 p.m. I don't know.
I left at like 7:45. That's just unlucky.
Oh, that's right. It was after you left.
Yeah, it was right after I left.
We'll just let it go.
Again, though. Yeah, just going to sort of play this one a little bit cautiously.
Gotta get the deep hit though.
No, man. I'm telling you, you're going to wish you had bought out in the beginning. Just start 150.
I would have taken that.
Yeah.
Take that now.
So you were talking all that smack.
We were talking.
Yeah, the 1-2 in LA.
All I do is just pit people in big pots. That's like all I do.
Yeah, so you asked me this question earlier with, you know, whether I'm, you know, more into tournaments or cash. I guess I'll send the question right over to you, Aaron.
Well, I play a lot of both. I would say that my bread and butter, sort of where I got into the game, my initial love for the game was tournament poker.
Go back to waking up with heat before that pops.
And
that's the life.
there will always be something about tournament poker that just sort of lives in my heart. There's the thrill of making that big score, you know, making it to a final table after playing several days, getting through hundreds, if not thousands of players, and
the poker
shipping
dream,
that big score. That will always drive me, you know, sort of as a poker player. But I've also, you know, really gotten into cash games as well and enjoy them very much. So, you know, I play a lot of both, but tournaments are my my true passion, I suppose.
Daryl G in the chat says, what are we doing here, Derek? Joint commentary? Yeah, it's, I'm commentating live from Dallas. I'm actually in the same location as the game. I got Aaron here remote commentating from Austin. Since, you know, we're finally switched over to the same system in Dallas, we can do a lot more of these joint commentaries.
Yeah, and with Ben Miney moving on, there's a little bit extra room in the booth, so to speak. And I'm very, very pleased to be able to join you for commentary here on some of the bigger games.
Yeah, no, I bet that's super exciting, and I'd love to even have you on for some of our bigger final table tournaments too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, if like we typically have like a bigger tournament every quarter, either like a 250K or 500K, but those get like huge views, and those are a lot of fun to commentate.
Yeah,
you got like half the tournament entrants watching the stream because they want to see who beat them, win the tournament, and then you got, you know, all the friends and family watching their loved one close to winning 200K. It's great final table to watch.
Absolutely. And I would certainly love to be on the final table.
Yeah.
But I would also do some commentary on that with you as well. All right, Paolo here with a mystery hand. Does go for the 3-bet pre-flop to 850. Gets called by JD. And flops effective second pair. Paolo here. Going to continue. Sizing down to 1/3.
How was that one? That
That's a good one.
Call.
Call 650.
Three to a straight flush here for JD. A little bit too good to fold. Does go for the check call here.
No.
And indeed picks up some additional equity here on the turn if he is behind. Stack to pot ratio around 3.
Kind of a dream turn card there for JD. He's going to call with the 5s on the flop. Going to face more aggression from Paolo with the mystery hand still. And it's sometimes nice to have this occasional mystery hand. And, you know, you, me, and the viewer can kind of guess as to what Paolo could have in the spot here. Did 3-bet pre-flop, so has all the overpairs. But also could have some, you know, ace-king or king-queen here.
Yeah, diamonds also an option, as well as even just ace-10. Perhaps even a king-10 every once in a while. Kind of diamond's going to knock down a lot of the 10x combos.
It does bring in the front door diamond, so be interested to see how Paolo navigates this river card. As I mean, I'm kind of weighted towards saying, I mean, diamond and 10 is a lot better for JD than Paolo.
Yeah, and a lot of players will check back even with a big overpair. So this is an interesting bet for sure. 5K from Paolo. 5 into 8, so this is 2/3. Strong value bet.
Gonna get JD to raise his eyebrows a bit. Maybe a little confused. And he might be in the same process as me, thought process as me, is saying like, you know, that diamond and 10 should be better for me than you a lot of the time.
Yeah, and JD a very thoughtful player, so he's going to go through the motions of pre-flop, flop, turn, and now here on the river. And how many better hands than 5s with the 5 of diamonds does he have to call with? And for this size, which ones should he be folding? What should he be calling? I think this one is a little bit borderline, but probably towards the low end. I think folding this is pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
Sevens,
unfortunate for
and
JD.
9s.
Oh, yep, go ahead.
I was just going to say 7s, 8s, and 9s really start to get into the territory where it's like, I just don't have many better hands.
Yeah.
And you start thinking that you really should be calling with those.
Yeah, and unfortunate for JD, Paolo bet a size in where, you know, he's saying, I'm not folding any raise. He only had 3K back.
Nice hand, Paolo.
Or, I mean, at least gave off the perception of that. And we'll never know.
Yeah. Yeah, the mystery hand there.
And it's not completely, you know, out of question that Paolo could have a bluff there. It's just, you know, entirely based off the hours that I've watched him the past couple months. Definitely,
yeah, and a lot of
go for it.
A lot of just natural bluffs too. Like if you are just going to barrel your ace-king, your ace-queen offsuit with a diamond, you get to the river, it's like another diamond comes in, and yeah, plenty of hands you can bluff with there. Collin here will not be bluffing with number 1 as he raises the button to 300, and Hally waking up with jacks in the big blind. This one's going to get spicy and nasty for somebody.
2 big pocket pairs going to war here in the late position too.
Ace 10, ace king, ace 10. Tell me that.
Do you think Collin should be weighted towards mainly just calling here in position, or he should still be 4-betting?
So if you're not going to 4-bet with your aces, then you're really not 4-betting. Like you shouldn't be 4-betting anything, just because you're not going to have the strongest hands in your 4-betting range, which you really should have. So if you mix, that's perfectly fine, right? Like if you're going to 4-bet sometimes and call sometimes. But you really have the advantage of this being button versus big blind, right?
Sure.
And that makes it so much more valuable to 4-bet your aces. Because like if you just have like ace-6 suited, like, yeah, 4-bet the guy, right? Like, why not? He's in the big blind, and you're on the button. So there's a lot going for you in terms of just like the wideness of the ranges.
And it's going to be 2 overpairs for both players on this flop. Hally in trouble here unless he finds some help on a turn or river, something to bail him out. Collin with the best hand right now.
Yeah, and this is pretty tricky. Collin is going to have a lot of those sort of junky aces, suited wheel aces, as well as just like ace, king, ace, queen.
Right.
Hally not blocking any of that stuff. Spade draw is also available as he does not have a spade.
It doesn't even have the jack of hearts too, in case like the backdoor hearts come in.
Yeah.
Kind of a rough spot.
Hally with a little bit of a head shake there as he makes the call. Stacked pot ratio now under 1. Another spade pairing the board on the turn. Hally checks it over. Collin should be loving this.
I imagine he'll shove here high percentage of the time. Try to go for the max.
The shove makes some sense, and yet at the same time, like, you have so much equity that you really don't want to blow your opponent off. Yeah, I think I love this, actually. Collin here just going to check. Gets probably the worst card that he could imagine.
Yeah, all top pair foldings now making top boats.
When Hally checks, I think Collin's misery will subside substantially, and he will go right back into value mode. But there was a moment there where he was like, oh, damn it, are you kidding me?
The one river card he didn't want to see is like, any spade. Anything else.
Now's where Collin can mix all of his bluffs with his best value and go all in. And does
brutal spot here for Hally.
Yeah, this is really gross.
Yeah, I mean, and exactly how Collin played it here. He could still have ace king with the ace of spades, ace queen with the ace of spades. All those Broadway cards with the single spade holding would probably definitely check back turn. And but the problem is Collin could still have hands like kings and queens and aces.
So here's one thing that I would say is if Collin does have ace king with the ace of spades or the king of spades, and he bets 1500, down bets the flop, and then the turn is that 4 of spades, right? Like, this is a brilliant card for him to continue bluffing. So I'm not too sure that those holdings necessarily slow down, which is one thing that Hally might be thinking about. It's really tough. It's so tough to balance out your value and bluffing range when sometimes the run out just really doesn't favor having bluffs by the river, right? Like sometimes it's just like, no, if I had a bluff here, I would have already bluffed it on the turn, and so therefore I don't have any when I go bet, check, bet. And like you can get into these spots where it becomes really value heavy. This one to me is more like an ace king that doesn't have a spade.
Okay.
That is just like, we're just never winning, but we could maybe get him to fold a pair that's better than ace high here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's certainly possible that you could have like some kind of maybe ace queen with the queen of spades where you would check back the turn, just like, I don't know what's going on here. This isn't a hand strong enough to bluff anymore, and now here you are and you YOLO it. But I tend to feel like the best spades would continue barreling the turn.
Wow, and a great fold there from Hally.
Yeah,
folding correctly there against the aces. Monkey saying, think long, think wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of why he just decided on a fold there. He might have just convinced himself the longer he thought about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, Hally has shown himself to be a little bit more cautious here with some of his folds tonight. This one, I think, makes a lot of sense to get away from it. as again, I think the most obvious bluffs would have continued, and yet like sometimes you're just going to get owned by like ace king, like red ace king. You know, you're just going to be like whatever. You know,
that'd be a sick play. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Collin's certainly capable of making that play. But you know, it's okay to lose to bluff sometimes, and this is something that a lot of newer players maybe get frustrated
all the time,
about.
actually. Yeah, if you're not if you're not folding the winning hand occasionally, you're over calling.
And the flip side is also true. Like if you're not bluffing enough to where you get called bluffing,
agreed.
Then you're probably not bluffing enough.
We can go to the we can go to the extreme side too, right? If you don't occasionally bluff right in the nuts, you're probably not bluffing enough, right?
Yeah, I've certainly done it.
Yep. Nothing.
Hello, you guys.
No better feeling, right?
Yeah.
Just the snap. They beat you in the pot. Set of fours here for Fire. Not much running for anyone else though. Mr. Delivery does have an over backdoor spades.
All things considered, though, this isn't a terrible flop for Pokernomix, just a little bit tricky that he's out of position. And is leading, actually, into the field here, so that's a little bit curious. Not a lot of leads multi-way. He's going to continue betting here. 600 now, another half pot sizing. And a min click here from Fire. This is interesting for sure. A little bit of a body language tell here from Pokernomix. Indicating that, yeah, this is kind of weird. What do we do with this one?
We'll let it go. Folding correctly. Carlos Cortez in the chat, one of our Wednesday stream regulars.
You know, if there's anything that we've learned here tonight, I would say that the min click can be a very effective tool to put in the old tool chest. So we've seen a couple of them. They have been for value each time, which, you know, sort of maybe casts a little bit of a shadow upon it as a tool for bluffing. But at the same time, if it's working when they got it, you know, it might work when you don't got it.
We did see it work once as a bluff from Jay, which I think that's just still such a cool play there from him.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, he savaged him with that.
Yeah.
Raised 1300.
What, 500 to 1300?
That was epic.
It was like 800 to win a pot of like 3K, right?
Yes. Oh, it was brilliant.
Yeah. Hally's starting to have the mystery hand.
Some hearts here for Collin. Gut shot to the nuts for Paolo, but checks all the way through. 7 of diamonds pairs the bottom card. And yeah, this is a great spot for Paolo to come out with a lead. Gonna have a lot of 7s in his range. Gonna be very representable across this street and the next, but it's an ace of spades now on the end, and if Paolo is going to rep this again, he needs to go big. Going to go for a 3/4 sizing. And Collin now pretty much only loses to a 7. And when you get to that stage, I mean, 9-8, of course, as well. But yeah, when you get to that stage of the hand where you just lose to a very select couple of hands, your decision becomes very binary, and Collin makes the call very quickly and will shift the pot.
9 of clubs one time.
Poker Monkey here with an idea in the chat. We need a game between half Austin, half Dallas players with me in the mix as the 9th player. Dude, that would be fantastic. I always do think that there's something really cool about the idea of having like a rivalry, you know, between either like locations. You see this in like sports, of course, all the time, but you know, porting that over into poker would be pretty cool. Like if there was a way that we could take poker to the next level and have like teams and fantasy and like the whole thing, I mean, it'd just be amazing, right?
Actually, it's funny you bring that up, and I might go off on a little tangent here, but we actually had a player, I'm not going to mention his name, but we had a 2-5 regular here that was really trying to push for the idea of a fantasy
I should say, I don't actually see your hand during the hand, but usually
style thing for the live stream. Like he kept trying to say like, oh yeah, and it'll be like an NFT. I think he was like trying to push NFTs too. So he was like, you could buy like pieces. You were buying like a trading card of that player, which would also get you like a piece of their action on that live stream. And like it was like really, it was like almost too cool to even pull off. It was like there'd be so many different moving parts and stuff. But it's funny you bring that up about fantasy poker because it kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah, I mean, and like I know that all of the top players do this every WSOP, whether it's for specific events or for the whole series. And you know, I mean, they get together and they do draft parties. They do the whole thing. I mean, fantasy poker is not anything particularly new, but it's as of right now, it kind of lives in the tournament sphere, just sort of by necessity, which is fine and great. But yeah,
it's much easier to keep track of in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like someone wins the tournament. It's not like, well, I swear I cashed for 25,000 in that cash game. You know, like take my word for it. Like, yeah, there's you don't have to verify anything. It just happened or it didn't. And yeah, much more straightforward in that department. But yeah, it would be cool at the very least to just have some sort of like Dallas versus Austin, you know, kind of showdown.
I think we could definitely make that happen if that's something the viewer would like to watch. I mean, we definitely have the player pool. We have the commentator pool. We have the you know, infrastructure for it. It's just gonna be a matter of meeting everyone up. That'd be the only deciding location, time, place. But, I mean, if we had some time to plan that, but we could definitely get it done.
Phil had the 8-3.
Yeah.
Phil had 8-3.
I like it.
And he got one of them.
All right, Jack high flop here. Hally smashing this with the top. Does have the betting lead, so he will continue for half pot. Jay here with 4 black cards, but not the right shape. Let it go.
Classic.
Oh yeah, and oh my god. Well, I don't know if we could do for that, but man, something that quite a few of our Tuesday players have been wanting to do. Thank you for bringing that up, Kicker Problems. There's this one player in particular. He really wants to do a like 12-hour stream or 24-hour stream where you can't, like cage style too, where you like can't leave the table unless you lose X amount of buy-ins or whatever. But if you're winning or like you're like just kind of hovering, you have to stay on the table. And like a few of the players were like kind of game for it. They were like, "Oh yeah, I would totally play that." Like, I mean, some of these players already play 20+ hours straight sometimes, you know.
Yeah, and then you'd have to mix in for sure some things to like sort of mix it up, like not just a racehorse necessarily, but like stand-up game.
Sure.
And
keep it interesting.
Yeah, like small blind.
Button game,
button game, and yeah, mix in some things to keep it exciting for sure. No, that would be fire. We'd also need a whole team of commentators to cast it and not burn out.
Right. Well, and that's where the whole like remote stream is possible now, because like I mean, I'm not gonna stay in this tiny room. You don't want to stay in your tiny room either for 12+ hours. But like, say if I was like at home. You know, like we could do like shifts or whatever, bring on guest commentators, because apparently we could bring on like up to like 4 separate guest commentators at the same time. Not that we want all 4 at the same time, but you know what I'm saying.
You got to be a really good player to lay down a flush. You do have to.
Queen high flush here on the turn for Jay. Paolo with just a gut shot.
I just want to underscore that for when you watch this back later.
We'll continue barreling.
No, I think. I don't think you fold. No, I'm talking about me.
Oh, you. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Jay here out of position, stacked pot ratio well over 2. Gonna need to go for the check raise here most of the time.
On the 999.
And I say that for anyone that's wondering, just because without the betting lead, it's going to be really tough to build the pot and control the direction of the hand. Goes for that min click, the infamous min click, and Paolo with not enough to even think about defending.
8-6? I don't know. I think he said it had aces earlier. But I was joking with him that I heard he had 8-6. Kind of sounded aces.
Jay, they're up $50. You can go to Taco Bell after the stream.
I did have a spade.
You did? And you
Of
didn't
course.
remember that turn?
Hally wants your 100. It's got to be tricky.
Oh, looks like we got a food delivery coming in.
Jay's the one.
Taco Bell be damned.
Hundy. The Hally Hundy.
Hally fully prepared to lock in for the rest of the night.
Collin told us he had 8-6 offsuit versus you.
Got his food, got his comfortable clothes.
Seems unlikely.
He's got his poker backpack, and you know, I guess. Well, what do you keep in your poker backpack, Aaron? All the essentials.
Yeah, you know, we'll leave it at all the essentials. Don't want anybody getting any ideas about what's in my. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, you got the Beats headphones in there. You got the phone charger. You got the backup battery. You know,
maybe some Advil for the occasional headache.
Yep, Excedrin is what I rock. You know, you got everything you need in there.
That's GTO right there.
All right, second pair here for Hally.
I never have a plan.
Check flop. Still check and turn. Happy to get to showdown as it does bring in a club flush draw. Paolo, though, can take a stab here with the 10 of diamonds at least. Hally here with a very simple check and call. I love his little head shake to the side. Sort of makes him look like he's like disappointed or whatever, but
he just does that every time.
Yeah. No, but like the immediate image that I have is like, oh, he's not happy about this one, but it's just his demeanor.
That's what makes it.
Well, yeah, of course, but that's like.
Probably just these like random consistencies in our like facial expressions and body language. Like as you just play poker for so many years, like JD, he kind of has like this almost like a smirk on his face. Like no matter whether he has like the nuts or he's bluffing, or it's just like his resting poker face.
Big polarizing bet here from Paolo, and Hally is going to let it go, sort of sticking with tried and true. Just don't get out of line. We're near bottom of range. We just let this go.
That's a great one. It's one of my favorites. That opening scene's great.
The 10 of diamonds there definitely saying to me that that was a bluff from Paolo. If the 10 of diamonds was indeed correct as half of the hand, as there's not a lot of cards that would pair up with that you would go full pot for value there on the river. So I guess that Paolo got away with one there, but you know, holding pair of sixes is not the end of the world.
No 100 Reese?
Jordan Orman in chat says, "Hey Pokernomix, Henry and I are watching."
I think that's also my favorite.
You know, and I'm pretty sure that's the same last name as Reese, so I imagine that's family. So good to see some family supporting Pokernomix.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like
Fire here
gonna call
trap
the
the ace of king.
Is everybody else doing it?
everyone else is doing it, yeah.
I'll do it. That's fine. I didn't realize everybody was.
If it was on Collin's button, I wouldn't say anything, but
No, I didn't. We're all doing it up.
Yeah, Hallie's going to get let in here cheap from the straddle with the 970. Lots of gutty JD middle set and fire top with a trapped ace king.
300.
Wow. I mean, and Hally has a gutter ball here. He might just call as well. And JD with this decision here, middle set. Very, very strong hand.
Yeah, this is a slam dunk raise and usually going to be to a very chunky size, as your opponent's holdings are going to have a ton of equity and they're not going to want to fold for a small amount, which means they're going to call a large amount. Instead, JD is going to settle on this relatively middling size. This is only a raise of 900.
The prestigious.
A bit surprised.
4x here. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. You definitely could have seen him gone to the sizing of, you know, 15, 1700 plus. Especially with how deep they all are. A lot of money to still play for.
I mean, I'm not even thinking 15, 17. Honestly, I'm thinking full pot.
Oh, really? Wow.
Well, yes, just because the equities are going to run very close when you've got a bet and a call. Like, someone's got something. And
oh yeah, and it's gonna bite.
Yeah, here we
this
go.
Is probably not what JD wanted to see.
No, this size is you know, just a testament. The call is a testament to how small the size is. You know, I have no business, you know, sort of judging JD's sizing here as he's playing stakes well above my weight class, but I do think that the standard play when you have a wet texture like that is going to be to size up substantially, especially when you have that bet and call in front of you. But
especially in a single raise pot, where there could be more combos of like, you know, straight draws, flush draws, less weighted towards the like top holdings, like what Fire has exactly here is Ace King.
There's just a lot of great anecdotes.
Get about 2,000 a turn, half pot.
Dude, it's a heavy movie. That movie like kept me up at night. For, like,
Still don't see how Fire can get away from this yet.
I think he won Best Actor maybe.
So many combo draws, so many different holdings that you're ahead of, and the fact that he just flatted pre-flop, right? I mean, you set the trap like that, you can't go letting his hand go immediately, but he is drawing dead to the biggest brick in the deck. Deuce of spades now. And if this doesn't get JD paid, I don't know what will. 8,000 in the middle. He's played this one small on flop and turn. Front draws all missed, though. You got to size up now.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past JD to go for the overbet here. As he's one of the few players on the table capable of having that pot and a half bluff.
Certainly within the realm of possibility. Also, just a full pot or a 3/4 pretty reasonable as well. But you know that Fire has something, right?
Yeah,
like in your mind, you're like, Fire has something. It could be as weak as nut flush draw that's going to snap fold. It could be as strong as King Jack.
And I've seen this look before way too many times from JD. Okay, no, he's going to go for value. But I really did. I mean, thought that was definitely possible. But no, he's going to still bit pretty chunky here. And Fire does not like it.
Okay, 230.
5,500 to go.
Yeah, Fire there making a comment before he calls it with the I should have 3-bet. So sort of getting punished for not raising that hand free. Although I'm not too sure exactly how the whole thing works out either way, as 6 is very likely to call a 3-bet anyway. So
yeah, JD isn't typically in the business of raise folding to a 3-bet with a pocket pair, especially how deep he was. Honestly, I mean, you could have been even say you could have gone with the opposite, right? If he had 3-bet, he might have lost his whole stack.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, certainly check flop bet, get check raised, convince yourself that there's all kinds of like straighty, flushy type hands up there, and just, yeah, get all the chips in. Certainly could have been one.
Edison. It feels really better.
And yeah, Carlos saying it right. JD is the king of sets in rivers. I've yet to see a player that flops as many sets as JD. And as we see Hally wake up the kings against Collin's pocket 6s.
Probably.
Well, Collin here, of course, just has the fresh data point that 6s make sets, so he won't be going anywhere. Not only that, but also just gets to play in position with a pair.
Almost as accurate as the Baccarat history, right? Or the roulette history. It's like,
Yes.
all right, so 5 reds in a row. So
Gotta be fun.
So dealer, player, dealer, dealer, player, dealer, player, player. Okay, so it's got to be dealer next.
All right, Hally here, c-betting for 1/4 and effective 4th pair, nowhere near that flop texture, so Collin's out of the way. Safely dodges additional damage.
Yeah, just like that. JD only down 2,600 when he used to be the big loser of the game after Drake pot, and just shows you how much having $100 straddle affects the swings here.
Yeah, and Fire, who was up big, right? Like now stuck a few thousand in the same boat as JD, so those two players now equalizing after that big confrontation.
Well, no, that's what good players do.
Yeah, that was flash.
Yeah, that one.
Mr. Delivery, not a believer in the 9-4. And Hally, 10-8 of diamonds. Yes, from the small blind. Yes, from a +2 open. But no interest in continuing. And instead, we'll get JD completing from the straddle. And Fire from the bigger straddle.
Only 2 hands I won.
Yeah, I told you.
I lost to everyone else. Sorry,
You got a bad feeling after you sit down, right? The fucking guy don't want to play. Yeah, great.
I'll say that over the year that I've watched Hally play, if there's a hand that he'd much rather play super aggressive with, he's gonna go that route. But if it's a holding that he's just not really feeling to play aggressively from a certain position, he's just gonna let it go a lot of the time.
Okay. Paolo here picks up a gut shot and has the range advantage, so he's going to go for the 3/4 size here. JD squarely at top of range.
Caroline.
We'll just make the call here. Keeping all of Paolo's bluffs intact here. Imagine we'll see him checking flow, and now Paolo with some showdown value now.
But he doesn't really have it, right?
Sure,
yeah, Rivered 5, while it is a pair and certainly better than just some high card stuff, yeah, he correctly recognizes that that this is never going to get checked down and win.
Just get snapped off.
But yeah, he's up against the very, very tippy top of JD's range. JD will never have a worse hand there. Or sorry, a better hand other than, some random 2 pairs that probably would have already raised the value. So yeah, just a tough spot there, and I definitely respect the continue from Paolo. But just can't get that one through.
And just like that, JD up 2,500 on the night. It looks like we got a nice little viewership spike here, up to about 450 viewers. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you're just now joining us, we're live from Dallas, Texas for our quarter 50 game. My name is Derek, I'm one of the dealers and commentators here at TCH Dallas. And I'm joined by Aaron McEvoy, live from Austin.
It's been a very exciting night. We've gotten through a lot of hands. We're on hand number 82 with still an hour and 15 thereabouts left in the broadcast.
It's better than a lot of things.
Churning through these and a lot of excitement for sure.
He says as he stacks his chips. He says as he stacks.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard rumors about our Tuesday game where we've had, I think it was probably like 2 or 3 months ago, maybe a month or 2 months ago, we had the $1,600 straddle on twice in one night.
Let's go.
Actually, I think they were just talking about it earlier in the stream tonight. JD actually got kings against Mr. Delivery's ace-10 of spades for like 25 big blinds. But of course, at that $1,600 straddle, it was like a 60K pot.
Yeah. Did Mr. Delivery ship it or what?
Yeah, it was a raise and a ship, and of course, Jay's gonna snap with the kings, and they ran it twice. And the first board actually came a sweat. I think delivery flop top pair with a nut flush draw.
Okay.
And, but it ran out clean for JD on both rounds.
Dozens of times here, even on stream. It's like,
Oh, so JD shipped a big pot.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
delivery shipped all in. Yeah, I thought that's what you were wondering.
Okay, gotcha. No, okay, so JD won though. I didn't see the hand. That's awesome.
It's not gonna matter. We're putting it
unless.
Go check.
All right, Fire here with a gut shot on the dummy end.
No, I would see that board and be like, somebody's gonna step in that.
He's in pumpkin mode though. He's like, you know what? Check raise flop. Continue small. Half pot on the turn. All things considered, his size don't see too often. Here we are with literal like nut low. And Jay with a brilliant bluff catcher in position, happily turns the hand over after check 2. He'll take that one down. Fire there just trying to brute force one through after getting run over by JD just a moment ago.
It's a lot easier when you don't have two of them in your hand. One of those.
I did pronounce your last name correctly earlier, right?
Yes, McEvoy is correct, yeah.
Make sure.
I want to read on 3 diamonds.
They always put the one.
My buddy over here said he had ace of diamonds. No bluff? Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. I told him, I said, if you would have told me that during the hand,
Yeah, it is funny. I mean, the MC capital like letter, in my case, capital E, is you know, a series of letters that some people do struggle with when they see it. You know, trying to call it a Mick or, you know, something like that. And how many times throughout my childhood, too, I had people calling, and, you know, like salesmen or something, trying to call and talk to my dad. They'd be like, Mr. McElroy, you know, they just put extra random letters in there just because, you know, their brain doesn't quite process it correctly. But yeah, all part of the same sort of lineage.
Hey man, you got it easy. At least you got vowels in your last name.
Hey, you have one, right?
No, I have none. My last name is spelled NG.
Oh, I thought it was ONG. Oh, I'm sorry. It is.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah. You can imagine, you know, the look on my from like elementary all the way through high school. The look on my teacher's face when they look down and they just see NG, and they just the look of bewilderment on their face, right? It's just like they don't know where to start, like because they're. You know, everything you're taught in English language, right? You're like, oh, sound out your vowels. It's like,
you're like, good.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that it?
Exactly.
Yeah, or like, you know, when, you know, you see N-G-U-Y-E-N. What the hell? How do you pronounce that when?
Second place, but he was just like, you know, an everyman from like the backwoods of Louisiana. He placed second to, I think it was Joe Cata. Darvin Moon.
Yeah, I remember him.
And he like absolutely sun-ran like the main event, and then kind of like sort of
This is not the first time I've heard Steven bring this up.
I forget exactly
what, the Darwin Moon guy or whatever?
Yes.
The absolute most action player in the main event to be televised.
Yeah, no, Steven has a very soft spot in his heart for Darwin.
Like he checked back the nuts like in position.
Can be too greedy.
Too greedy.
Alright, some real hands running into each other here. JD trying to run the heater and running into it a little bit. Pokernomix cannot believe what is happening in front of him. Paolo is going to squeeze the small blind.
Might as well just hand Pokernomix to 4,000 here. Pokernomix with the hammerlock in this hand. If he can just, imagine he's going to try to pile some more money in here with how deep everyone is.
Well, this is already open 3-bet, 4-bet, cold 4-bet from the small blind. A 5-bet into this is like just super top of range.
Right, you
and
never have
yet
anything
you
less
also
than
don't
kings.
want to call and invite JD in.
Exactly. Yeah.
As you'll be playing man in the middle, so you kind of have to raise, which sucks. But yes, this is just the way you have to play this. This is one of those things where you're not going to get any more money, but like you literally win 4.2K and don't have to beat any hands. Like it's actually brilliant. A lot of people will sort of frown at this and be like, "Damn, I didn't win anymore." It's like, dude, you got 4K for free.
No, I am totally with the bill of just not slow playing there, just because of the player types that are raising and re-raising. Both of them very capable of just not have to have. They don't necessarily have to have anything there to 4-bet you with.
Like, here's where I give a 22 stack to JD.
Seen you have aces there before.
Nice hand there for Pokernomix. Up to 12,500 now in profit.
Julian's got your back, man.
Oh,
Julian in the chat, he's got your back.
Oh, he don't just completely disregard everything he says. In the chat.
No, I swear to God, I thought I saw your name written that way one time before, but
you're good.
it's probably a typo or some shit.
Just he's he's trolling 90% of the time.
It's good to have a good troll on your back, you know.
I will say though, he has the best sweat equity with me. I don't know what number it is, but the number of times I'll be playing some 2-5 session or whatever, and then like he's just walking by. Like I'm playing and he's dealing, and he's on his break or whatever. He walks by. He's like, "Oh, how's it going, D? Like, you doing all right in your session?" And then I peel back my cards and I see kings. It's happened at least 4 or 5 times.
Damn.
Or he just walks by, and so like it's kind of become a running joke now, where like he'll like try to walk by because he knows I'll be tipping $5 if I get kings.
Wow, nice. So like instead of a cooler, he's your heater.
Yeah, he's yeah.
I wish I had a heater that I could just be like, hey, bro, come over here.
I think the best
Sweat
one
me,
I've had
yeah.
versus you, I just had. I think it was the best one I've had versus you.
Ooh, double down.
Fuck this guy.
No, I had pocket sevens.
Really?
Pocket sevens.
All right, looking at the earnings there, Pokernomix still up the most. Everything's sort of equalized in the middle, but Hally and Paolo down nearly 5 figures. So are you a WSOP player? You go out and play during the series or what?
I've actually never been to Vegas since I've turned 21. Yeah,
Dude,
all my
road
poker
trip?
and gambling has been either in Texas or in Oklahoma.
Okay.
That includes poker and table games, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been meaning to try to make it out there at some point. But if I do go, I don't know if I'd even play in any actual WSOP events, to be honest, because I hear there's always some good tournaments, you know, at the local casinos. You know, even like mixed game tournaments. I heard like at Resorts World or Venetian.
Oh, dude, yeah, you could go over to the Orleans. MGM even runs a series now. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of mixed series. If that's your jam.
Yeah, and it'd be right up my price range too. Like the 1500 plus is a little more than I'm comfortable with. I'd have to like sell action to be comfortable with that.
Yeah, sure.
But like, you know, if they have like $400 triple draw mix, like, oh, I'd be right in there, you know.
Collin in a polarizing spot here. So he's going to go for what looks to be just like super like regular value and gets the 7s to fold. So
the WSOP, there's some stinkers.
nice little bet there. Makes it look like he's just betting a king.
No, honestly, you get like, I don't know, they just walked into like an In-N-Out burger and were like, hey, like you want to, you know.
Yeah, well, Julian's the one that's been trying to get me to go because he really wants to go this summer.
Nice enough people I don't want to lay down too thick.
It's an experience that I think every poker player should indulge in.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean, like bankroll permitting, you know, you're going to have to sort of
but it was like
pick
the
and
first
choose
dealer
between
we
like
had.
what
So
you can
the
do
first
and what
event
you
was
have
like
to
the reunion
kind
event,
of lay off
and it was
of.
a huge registration
But
event, right? So
yeah, if you got some friends that are going out there, you
like,
book a place for a week, like get an Airbnb, like a 3-bedroom Airbnb between like you and like a couple buddies, and you know you're paying less than $100 a night. You're there like near the strip. You can Uber everywhere together or walk or whatever. I mean, it's just fantastic.
And the thing was, is like,
and
Yeah,
you know,
I definitely. It's definitely on my list of things to do the next at least 2 years.
So none of the new ones
Yeah.
in practice. First
Do it
dealer
up.
I had, literally the worst dealer I had ever had. Second dealer was somehow worse.
I feel like last year, I remember on Twitter people posting stories of the dealers of just horrendous things. Or there was one at the beginning, maybe it was this year, where like they took all the chips.
During the color up.
During the color up, they just mashed everyone's stuff together and organized them.
I was actually right near that table.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yep. There was a big commotion with a bunch of floor and stuff. Like it was a couple tables away from us, and we were like, "What the hell is going on over there?" And the tournament was stopped because they had to figure out what happened in this game, in this table, before we could continue. Because this had happened on the break, and we came back from the break, and then this whole commotion was happening. It's exactly what he was talking about.
I have a 7.
They had colored up all of the chips, like just everyone's stack. Poor dealer just must have been humiliated, just mortified.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine how that dealer felt.
I mean, I also can't imagine how they could have like
Thought that was
rationalized
okay to
the
do.
thought of
Yeah,
like this is what I should do, but like,
So much funnier
I mean, the whole point that I think that Steven was making is like that some of these dealers are just literal people off the street that they probably
the inexperience.
Figure it out. Yeah. It's pretty wild.
Makes you realize, you know, especially for both of us playing regularly and you know, TCH card rooms or other card rooms around Texas, like the quality of dealers that we have here in Texas is, you know, pretty up there. It's not. There's no one is like an average dealer, I'd say, at least at TCH Dallas.
Oh, dude, yeah. Between Dallas and Austin, which are the only two TCH locations that I've actually been to, haven't had a chance to make it to the Houston or RGV location. Top-notch dealers, like absolute cream of the crop. Collin here with just the best hand and the best draw. He'll bet.
And honestly, I think that kind of just has to. They might go back to the players as well. You know, the best action and probably the best tipping players around the country in Texas is going to attract the best dealers. You know, it just makes sense.
I have heard that from some of the dealers that I have met. You know, sort of newer dealers that have come in. They're like, I've dealt all over the country. You know, like I've got a ton of experience. That's how I was able to get hired on here. And like the players, the people, the atmosphere, the community here in Texas is just like second to none.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. It's not even the money part. It's just a lot of the dealers I've talked to that are from California or Florida or Vegas. They say they're like, I couldn't imagine going anywhere else after meeting all the nicest players in Texas. They're saying like, you know, they've hardly been in dealt with a situation where someone's disrespectful or you know, sexist or racist. Very few instances of it, but just very fortunate to be able to play and deal here.
Yeah, and you just get so many miserable people. I had one guy in particular used to work in Florida at one of the casinos there, and it was just like, yeah, the people were just miserable. You know, like anything would go wrong, they'd berate you, they'd yell at you. It was always, you know, this big thing. And every once in a while, you get a bad apple. Somebody that, you know, thinks the dealer is responsible for their bad beat. But
sure, yeah, that's going to happen wherever, yeah, whenever money's involved.
Yeah, but by and large, I mean, you know, people just kind of take the beat with stride here.
I'd almost say like it happens more often. It means even happened in my case before too, where some of the players will come out and defend you. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like I've been in the situation before where like there was one player kind of berating me, and then like two players stepped up and was like, that guy literally did nothing. Like they're like, chill. Like, and it's nice to see that even the players have your backs here.
For sure. Collin there with a nice check raise. Puts him up over 21,000 in the stack. And here we are, right about the 9 o'clock hour. I'm going to step out one more time, use the restroom, and refill the agua. I'll be right back.
Yep, no problem. I'll probably do the same when you get back. Looks like Pokernomix up the biggest winner so far. Collin adding to his profit, about 8,000.
I should have known. Why didn't I even ask?
Sing it if you know it.
Have you been to that whole like universe thing in Orlando? Universe 2 of the Harry Potter.
Oh, I did. It was
pretty
sick.
dope, man.
It's really sick. Yeah, it's really nice.
Mitchell in the chat says, "Don't worry, Derek. I'm 50 and haven't been to WSOP Vegas before either." Well, we're gonna have to make some time to go, Mitchell, because everyone's saying that it's a fun time, the mecca of poker, as they say.
I think it's actually supposed to be somewhere in England.
Poker Monkey says, "I'm planning to go to the main event this year and satellites beforehand. I'm lucky as I have a niece in Vegas and her husband lends me a car." Well, yeah, you don't have to pay and don't have to rent a car either. That's a nice gig there, Poker Monkey. Rena says she'll be in Vegas as well. Man, it seems like everyone's going to be in Vegas this summer, so I guess I'll have to find some time. About an hour left in our stream. Still got some action left. Anything can happen in an hour. It's gonna come ace. No, excuse me, king 10 high. Excuse me, ace queen for JD. Just 8 high for Hally.
Architect. Designing buildings.
Or drawing.
Yeah.
Measuring. I guess actually they probably
It's
do
on
all
computer now.
I just remember the kids that studied architecture or went to school, they'd carry around these like massive pieces of parchment. It's like, that is my actual nightmare. Be like a windy day. Maybe.
Are you planning on going to Vegas this summer here?
I certainly would hope to. So I've gone the last, God, what am I on? Three WSOPs. So there was the one where we went in November after COVID. Then there was the following summer. I guess maybe it's just the last 2 since COVID, huh? Yeah, no, that's right. And got completely whacked in both of them. And, you know, I'm due. There's something due for a real win this time around. So hoping to be out there for sure.
I can't think of any.
It seems like a lot of our chat will be there as well, so.
Perfect. I'm excited for that new Christopher Nolan movie that's coming out.
Now, there's always great tournaments. The opening weekend, like the first real big tournament, is always fire. You know, it's like a $500 buy-in, and they guarantee something stupid like 10 million,
5 million or something. 10 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's out of this world, and it can be really crazy to try to get registered and get to your table, and whatever. Especially if you get knocked out early and you have to rebuy. But here's just the tip with Aaron. There's a little segment, a little thing I do on when I've been sort of doing the commentary here in Austin, where I just throw out a little piece of advice. Anyways, get a tournament buy-in account when you go to WSOP. Anybody that doesn't know this, when you go
Bravo,
to the WSOP, you go to the main cage. And you have to wait in a line, and it's kind of annoying, whatever. But have your money with you, and when you get there, don't just buy into the $1,000 tournament or the $500 tournament. You tell them that you want to load up your TBIC, your tournament buy-in account, or tournament buy-in credit account, and put 5K in there, put 10K, put however much you're willing to put in there to fire in tournaments. And then for the rest of the series, or as long as you're there, you can just go online and register on your phone. You print it off at the kiosk, you go straight to your table, you dodge all of the lines. It's the single best thing that you could possibly do, and for some reason, they are not promoting this nearly enough.
It's an action movie.
Tip of the week there from Aaron. Good to know.
Tip of the year if you've been to the WSOP before and stood in those stupid registration lines and have done it over and over and over because you busted out and had to re-reg.
Especially in those like $500 tournaments where it's going to have 10,000 entrants.
Yes, there will literally be like 100 people, like before you can even, like you're standing behind 100 people before you even turn the corner to see the doorway that you go through, and then there's another 100 people inside of the door. I mean, it's insanity. When you can just go on your phone, click buy, it debits to your account, you go to a kiosk where there's no line, and you just print your thing and go straight to your table. I mean, it's absolutely out of this world. The best option, the best thing to do ever. And it's just like a bank account. You play as many tournaments as you want, and then you're going to go home, you walk up, and you cash out. Easy peasy.
On the way back, I watched Knives Out and Friday.
What do you think of Knives Out?
Oh, I love Knives Out. I should say I rewatched Knives Out.
Okay. They're coming out with the second one.
It came out. I watched it. It's not as good as the first, but it's still good.
Spicy here from Fire.
Yeah.
Getting involved. With the 5 deuce suit, it is stuck, so
it's good. I don't
looking
think
to make some magic happen here. Gonna have to play this one out of position though.
Dang, alright.
I really remember.
Wow, would you look at that flop?
How dare you?
Check raise territory if I've ever seen it here. Fire checking in flow, Paolo.
Yeah.
Bottom pair.
I think I watched that like when I saw
We'll continue for 1/3, and let's see Fire jump on this. Stack sizes are kind of awkward though. This is almost a mandatory all-in. Doesn't really have a good check raise size. It leaves enough room behind. That he's just gonna call. Stack to pot ratio now just over 1. Improves to a pair of deuces, which is not the best hand though. This could still work out for him if this goes check, check, and the river's just like a brick 9 of spades or something, right? And Fire can just stuff it in, but looks like Paolo's gonna bet again.
It looks like Fire actually might have more than 4,100. Because I see that 1K chip, and I think those are taller than just 20 stacks of black.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, which makes a lot more sense.
He might have like close to 8K actually.
Yeah, that he wouldn't check jam makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Goes for another check call, 1,800 this time, and pretty much it's the 9 of clubs, basically the 9 of spades.
Black 9, yeah.
Yeah, but Fire does not now have the option without stealing the betting lead away to just sort of stuff this in and take it down. If this just checks down, like Paolo's going to win with the 4. He's not checking.
I feel like he has a higher chance to win the pot if he bets out. We'll take it down. 'Cause, yeah, there's no worse feeling, right? Where like you're given the betting lead on the river, to, to continue barreling, and right, if you check back with your 4s, and they show up with like a 7.
That's true. That
yeah,
is
like a
very
7,
true.
7 with a 7 something suited with hearts.
I need to learn Mandarin.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to resign yourself to the fact that every queen is just going to look you up. And but if you can ever get a 7 to fold, that is a big win. So yeah, credit to Paolo for continuing their 3 streets, getting the job done.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, $100 straddle is on. JD is going to open UTG.
Picking up like F1 out every 4 words.
And Jay here in the cutoff, just going to make a call.
That's the most explanation.
Pokernomix will complete from the big straddle as well. We'll go 3 players to a flop. Queen high.
Yeah, same. Here's going to be a short stack.
Best hand here for Jay.
Parasitically pair and everyone else
Checky, and Jay will tickle the pot for 200.
That's the thing, at 2-5 you can just table change the weight.
Definitely a spot here where Pokernomix, even though he has JD behind, could convince himself to stick around for 1 street, but he will let it go. Also understandable, and JD will release as well. So Jay will take that one down.
You call it right.
Win.
Looking there at the earnings. Pokernomix still up over 10K. Collin closing in after that last big win. 8.8K in the positive. hope you guys have been enjoying the show. It's been a pleasure joining Derek and hanging out with you guys here this evening. Hopefully going to be doing this moving forward here on Tuesdays, joining you guys for this 25-50 game. I do always appreciate anybody's feedback. If anybody has any comments for me? Know that a lot of the viewers will be familiar with my style of commentary, talking a lot about strategy, theory, mixing in some lightheartedness and some life advice from here and there. But yeah, I know that I will also be a new voice for some of you guys, and definitely don't want to. Or what I want to do is bring the best of my world to yours. So, any advice, any comments, any feedback, I'm always open to it.
Christopher Cashman in the chat. Collin is too tough. Beast. Yeah, Cashman, one of our local crushers here at TCH Dallas. Only 19 years old and plays our quarter 50 games here.
Excellent. Yeah, some of the youngest players are some of the most difficult to play against because they really take to the aggressive nature of the game in a way that, sort of the old adage of you can't teach an old dog new tricks, where young players, young bucks, young dogs, whatever, like they just sort of, they don't see any impediment to, step on the gas and win. Like, oh, that's just the way we play. And that can serve them quite well.
My base king.
So Fire going to river a pair of threes.
Nice value bone on the turn.
Wait. Unless he didn't have that.
Yeah, I think we had a mystery.
You know what? I don't want to feel left out. I'm add on 5.
Oh wow, another interesting fact too. Collin is only 21. Dang. So then when I first saw him coming here to Dallas, he must have been in his 19 or 20 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely tell that his that he's young, but holds himself very well at the poker table. That is for sure. And also just a real chatty guy as well. Played a number of tournaments with him, and people will just be sort of bantering and a little back and forth or whatever. And he's mixing it up. He's in a lot of pots and he's battling, and so people are giving him a hard time and ripping him and stuff. He gives it right back. So definitely a fun player to have at the table. Except for when I have to play against him because he's quite the challenge. All right, heads up here between Jay and Edison.
Paolo, where his first name sounds like a stage name and his last name sounds like a Lord of the Rings character.
Pretty good spot to check back if you're Edison, but I'm going to go with that. And I say that because you have the top pair with the middling kicker and the other cards on the board are so low like that. Really tough for your opponent to have much. Certainly the hard flush draws are going to stick around and things of that nature. But always nice to have some checkbacks with middling top pair there. Would have liked to see it there, but also understandable to just go ahead and bet and take it.
Remember you went subcommitting.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense sometimes that occasionally have a check back, right? Because a lot of times those are going to just be 2 street holdings, right? To get value on.
2 street holdings, and just the fact that it's really nice to protect your checking range on ace-high flops to include some top pairs. Otherwise, it's like I bet when I have an ace, and I bet when I have completely missed, and then well, sometimes, and then when I check, I've either completely missed or have a middling pocket pair. It's it super condenses your range and makes it easy to play against.
I've never been to outside of Texas.
And in fact, some of the most profitable spots that you can have, I've found, is when you do check back like a top pair middling kicker, on like an ace-high board like that, and then your opponent is like, oh, well, they would always bet an ace, so then they just like blast off on the turn and river, and you just like bluff catch and win this big pot that you never would have won
Maybe not that.
otherwise.
I mean the one on the street?
Yeah,
Have to convince our mean.
Real hands crashing into each other here, though. In fact, Mr. Delivery could be coming in.
No. And that's a
All
okay.
I need is actually I play the most, they say I'm the most aggressive.
Yeah, because of how it's like rating that aggression metric, right? Or something.
I feel like I got no hands to play.
I got it.
They say I'm
go
the
now.
most aggressive.
Aggressive. The way they do it is aggressive is just like raising versus calling. So if you just always fold and then only 3-bet one hand, you'll be like really aggressive.
I don't think that's the case though, because it's like
usually
20-something%.
Call inviting Fire into the pot, who had cold called.
Yeah.
Well, just called the initial open from the small blind. And a call here is pretty capped, but Fire is going to do it.
We'll talk about it later, guys. We'll talk about
Suited
it.
ace jack, if you're gonna do it, probably one of the hands that makes sense.
Fucking nerds.
Here we go, 3 players to a flop. Mr. Delivery with the betting lead.
Gonna flop the best of it.
Queen high boards multi-way, always gonna be challenging though.
Check.
And yeah, I think the check is in order. Hally here, I think, has a real opportunity to rep this. 1,500, 2K, right? Fire completely handcuffed. Back over to Mr. Delivery. This is super awkward. I think with the way Hally's been playing tonight, I mean, I honestly just think he let this go. Hally's been fairly snug. He's been making the right plays at the right time, but Mr. Delivery gonna stick around.
Oh wow!
And bingo. Why would you fold when you can just turn bottom 2 pair? Is a good question that I would ask myself if I wasn't Jesus or Mr. Delivery.
If he felt like he was behind on the flop, definitely might think he got there on the turn. Let's see how the Hally continues on a relatively blank turn card.
Hally with the ace of spades. I mean, the world is his oyster. Gonna check. He can still rep spades on the river if it comes in, as he might do some checking back with ace jack of spades. But 8 of hearts, not going to be a good card for Hally. Certainly also not a good card for Mr. Delivery to get paid. So I think now Mr. Delivery is squarely in the camp of like, Hally has some sort of showdown value and he is comfortable just getting to that showdown. Maybe something like a queen jack suited, a king queen suited. What's a good price to get that to pay me off? Could be part of the thought process in any case. Indeed. Big chunky bet here, 6.3K. Just under half pot.
Are they trying to get looked up by maybe an ace queen or king queen?
I'm not sure that ace queen starts or slows down with a check.
Oh, fair.
On the turn, but certainly the king queens and the queen jacks of the world, right, are just kind of like, you know, my hand is pretty good, but I don't need to bet and potentially face a check raise, so I'll check back the turn.
Blow up the plot. Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely like the bet size there. Steve and I have found through my experience playing with him and watching him play, as he's both played and been on the stream down here in Austin a fair bit. I have played with him and he's been on the stream. He's a very thoughtful player. Comes to his decisions pretty quickly, but just has a very intuitive understanding of the game. Definitely not an easy opponent.
There it is again.
It's funny too because he balances the like the laid-back demeanor with like very serious thought very well. Like, you know, he'll go from one hand where he's just sort of joking around to you know, deep in the tank in a 13K spot, figuring out exactly how to navigate it.
Yeah, he'll go from your best friend to just an absolute killer on a flip of a switch there.
And God help you if you let him beat you in some big spot too, because he will let you know about it.
I mean, as we heard earlier, right? It's like, oh, that's why you shouldn't value bet your what, 9s or whatever.
You're gonna need to work on value betting your 9s. Or, yeah, whatever he said. That was savage.
Yeah. I think you'd say that definitely falls within the realm of an acceptable needle, right? You're not.
It is, and he also does it in such a way with like that quirky little smile on his face, where like you kind of want to slap him, and at the same time you're like, yeah, all right.
But you know he's not like being 100% serious about it. Like he's like 80% serious, 20% like, I'm just joking, bud. You know.
Yeah. No, it's great. What a guy.
JD making it 250 with Ace King. Looks like Edison wants to defend.
It's probably fine.
These two players very deep.
It's like the same board as earlier when Hally had the Ace King, but no spade in sight for, or no ace of spades for either player.
I think he's the first opening, but I don't know. Donk? I'll be leaving whenever we're going. So I'm hungry. I'm so hungry.
Uh-oh, people talking about food.
You live north or south?
I too am quite hungry.
North.
What's your go-to, man? You got an after the stream ritual or anything for?
You ever been to Brazil?
Man, usually I just hope I have some leftovers at home.
It's good.
Yeah.
But if it's like I have nothing, then it's probably like Taco Bell or Whataburger.
Taco Bell, baby. All right, a kindred spirit. I see. So my commentary nights, it's always Taco Bell after the stream. So
oh, really?
Yeah, that's my. I get Taco Bell once a week, which I mean is already kind of a lot. Like now that I just said that, it kind of feels like.
Hey, I mean, I do it sometimes too, man. You gotta. So to make up for the high sodium content, I just say I only drink water. You know, like I just drink water for the rest of the week. I eat my fruits. You know, it's like.
Yeah, no, I always cook for myself. I eat at home, you know, most meals throughout the week. So I very much feel like one night a week I can cheat and get something that's, you know, certainly less than healthy. But I also think that of all the fast food places, Taco Bell, and I will get plenty of pushback from this, I'm sure, in the chat.
That's the healthier option.
Like, feel fine. Like, I'm like, there's beans, there's meat, there's cheese, and there's a tortilla. Like, okay. Like, all those things are kind of whatever burgers. And I feel fine. Like, I eat Taco Bell and I feel fine.
I think Wendy's over McDonald's.
Yeah, I tend to agree too. And honestly, well, I like to think me and my fiance Lauren, we're kind of Taco Bell connoisseurs.
Oh, all right. Well, you got to tell me. Lay it on me. What's
just because, like, well, she's vegetarian, but like Taco Bell has like some of the best vegetarian options for like fast food. Like where else at, you know, midnight or 1 a.m. like say like Lauren and I just went out or something. We're like, you know, we're kind of looking for something to munch on. We don't want to cook when we get home. That also has vegetarian options. Like McDonald's isn't going to be an option. Jack in the Box isn't an option. But that's kind of we kind of followed Taco Bell for many late nights.
All right. Well, let's come back to that. We've got Mr. Delivery here. Raising the button, getting 3-bet by Collin in the small blind. Mr. Delivery going to make the call. And Collin here flopping quite well for his hand. Does make top pair with some backdoors, but not a good flop for his range. So reasonably checking it over.
That's my dream place to live. Have a beach.
Similar to what we talked about before, where you're going to have some checkbacks with top pair, middle kicker on ace-high flops. When you go for a 3-bet, you get this very middling of a board texture that is just not at all good for your range. You do a lot of checking. Mr. Delivery will bet here for protection. Small size and quick call. Still heads up to the turn now.
Views-wise, I think it's the best in the case.
So pretty.
Board pairing 5 is actually not a good card for Mr. Delivery, as Collin is going to have ace-5 of clubs, ace-5 of spades, as well as some 6-5 of those same suits. I suspect we're going to see a pot control check back here from Mr. Delivery. 7 of clubs now on the river. Collin here has showdown, and at the same time has one of those middling strength hands where he could also turn it into a bluff to try to get a better hand to fold, as this is super connected. But honestly, that's a bit of a stretch. As I started
yeah, I
to
mean,
say that,
you have the blocker, but like, what realistic straights do you have here, too?
Yeah.
I think the only delivery is just too smart for that.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say here is that it's either a check and a call from Collin, or it's a block. And he's going to go for the block. Yeah,
looks like a block, yeah. About a quarter pot.
Now, Mr. Delivery here, honestly, sharp enough.
Yeah, he might sniff this out as a blocker bet.
Yes, but the problem is, and this is the beauty of the blocker when applied correctly, and this is the correct time to do it, is that when facing the block, you have to be cognizant that your opponent could sometimes do this with the nutty part of their range. And that if you just raise them all the time, then they can 3-bet you, and that can put you in a really tough spot with a hand like jacks. And yeah, Mr. Delivery has to decide if he's willing to just accept the money that's in the middle, or if he feels compelled to bet a larger amount, and he is going to raise. Mr. Delivery doesn't let you get away with this shit. And yeah, tough spot here now for Collin. It's 1/3 pot to call.
And let's see if Collin might level himself into a call now, just because, you know, he also knows Steven's, like, this is where we're going to the leveling, right? He also knows Steven is smart enough to know that, you know, the blocker bet doesn't necessarily have to be, that it could be a blocker bet here with something very weak as, like, you know, 8-6.
Collin, so the next level, and truly probably I think the only level there, was a raise. It wasn't a call.
Sure.
I don't think you can call there if you're Collin, but you have tremendous board interaction with your hand combination to just go for it. And I'm not saying that that would have been like the correct play or whatever, but what I do think is that calling there is never going to be correct. Fold or raise.
Very interesting river dynamic there, though. That was a cool thing to see.
Yeah, Mr. Delivery just a little bit too sharp there, snipping that one out, trying to get the extra value. Would have been absolutely like full-blown next level.
Just ships it in for 20K.
Yeah, if Collin would have, like, I would have done a lap around the room and air 5'd him from here in Austin had he just stuffed it in and made Steven, you know, decide what he's going to do for all the chips. He blocked the straight, blocked the top set. Like, what is there to not love about just shipping it in there? 3-bet shipping it with that hand after blocking the relief. Oh man, it'd be glorious.
Not hearts, that's for sure. Yeah, it is 6 of hearts. Yeah. Keep rolling low against you and gun in blue spots.
JD here, check calls flop, turns a gutty to go with the second pair. Okay. Keeping it small here, bets 1/3. Yet again. 1/3 on the flop, 1/3 on the turn. JD gets to see a river cheap. No improvement.
And top two pairs still very, very strong here. They should still definitely go for some value. We'll bet less than half pot.
Yeah, this is just 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 effectively. And if you're JD, I mean, you're just
it
like
sucks. Getting the amazing price, but what, discount on spoiled milk, as they sometimes say. You're getting the right price, but probably not beating much. That goes bet,
once
bet,
again,
bet.
Yeah, once again, having a hand combination that was more favorable for a raise than a call. And yet those spots are so hard to pull the trigger on. Like, when I find myself doing it, I almost feel like I'm in a dream. Like, it's really uncomfortable. It is really uncomfortable to do it. And I imagine that if I do it enough, like if I just put it in enough volume with players that are constantly battling, 3-betting, 4-betting, whatever, to where you just have to do stuff like that all the time, it would become more second nature. But man, I'll tell you what, when you get in that spot where it's like you block bet, someone raises and you're like, oh god, I have the perfect hand to just jam this in and I don't like it, but I'm gonna do it. And then you go for it and like the world just kind of tunes out a little. You just feel like you're floating in the ocean. Like, I don't know, man.
It is a weird feeling. I think we've all experienced that before.
Going for stuff, pushing the boundaries. I recommend it to everybody that plays this game.
Middle set for Hally.
I feel like if I go bet, you're more likely to jam on that.
Not much for Fire here, unless he has some devious intentions.
Well, all things considered, it's kind of tough to find bluffs on this board. The 10-7 of clubs is really not a bad one.
Yeah, can pick up a lot of additional equity on turns. Any 8. Any club.
Yeah, 6, 8, Jack, Queen,
Jack,
club. Yeah. Sorry, not Queen. Just
Jack, 8, club.
Yeah. Or club, right? So you've got a nearly like 40% of the deck that's going to give you something to stab with.
Yeah.
Pretty good candidate when there aren't a ton of just, straight up flush draws and things of that nature. So actually, I really liked it. It's just never going to work against second set.
And there's one of those turn cards.
Yeah, and if this was the 8 of clubs, he'd feel even better. He's just going to snap, take his river and gets there.
Well, rivering. Yeah, that's the nut straight, right? Yeah, nut straight.
Yeah, it's stone cold. Like, not even,
oh my gosh.
Not even just a straight. It is the nut straight. And Hally is at super top of range. I mean, Fire here could literally just go all in. Oh, wait, but we already know his stack is incorrect, right? He doesn't have 3.7K.
Yeah,
so
I think he has a little bit more.
1.5x would actually make a lot of sense, but yeah, now he's going to have to bet something like 1,800 or whatever.
Pretty close. Looks like about 1,600, and Hally just like, ugh. Never folding though, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Hates the run out and
so gross.
Oh my
That's
god.
so gross.
The old check raise with 10 high, runner nuts.
And this is the time where like all the 1-2 players in the world are like, wow, you should have just gone all in with the 9s on the flop and like not let him get there. And it's like, well, sometimes you get a sick, nasty run out, and it's really painful in that moment. And yet at the same time, like all the other times that they brick that out and bluff, or they have a king or whatever, 2 pair, and you win all the chips.
Yeah.
You should never be displeased about your opponent putting a bunch of chips in way behind.
With 10 high, yeah.
Sometimes they're going to get there, though. And that was one of the times.
Very nice hand there for fire. Not the run out that I was looking for, but yeah, I mean, he had the second nuts on the flop. No reason to 3-bet there. Just blow out all the bluffs and might even fold out some top pairs.
Yeah, that's like the disaster of all disasters, where you 3-bet and like king queen folds, right?
Yeah.
All right, 2 overs and a gutty here for Edison. Had the betting lead, but decides to check it back. Bad turn card for Pokernomix range, but he's going to stab nonetheless. This may just work. Half pot, a little under. And Edison's like, yeah, no, I can't even. I'm not at the end of that. So fascinating when we can see the cards and also like understand the ranges and sometimes the plays. You're like, oh man, if you think this one, oh no, it's already folded, you know. But like,
yeah. I find myself doing that a lot.
Yeah, and it's so much different being here versus on the felt. Like you just have such a different perspective about it, unless you're just a complete like sicko robot, you know. Maybe a Mr. Delivery or something. I'm giving him way too much props tonight. He's going to watch this back and be like, "Oh man, Aaron thinks I'm a god."
Yeah, next time you play with him, he's gonna that's me the next talking point at the table.
Yeah, right.
Next one's on me.
He has played well tonight. As have most of these players. I would say pretty much everything we've seen here has been very, very exciting to watch.
Tap ice.
Over here living dangerously. I know.
It's watered down, yeah.
920.
It was nice. I knocked it. It felt perfectly over.
Paolo here is going to make this ball. He's going to have to play this one out of position. And is not going to connect with a ton of flops. This is one of the ones that will. He now beats kings, queens, etc.
Straight to the ball.
I'm real clumsy.
But still well behind the range.
Kind of shit always happens to me.
Oh yeah. I bumped the table and I felt it while I could like.
Small bet,
as I stepped past, I heard a splat.
Into like 1850, so 1/3 pot.
I know that.
Let's see if Jade decides to go for the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 all the way down, like we saw earlier. With the top 2 pair, does have top pair, top kicker. Queen on the turn might slow Jay down, as you know. Typically, as I've seen, he tends to slow down a lot of cards that he thinks his opponents could have, rather than just like biggest betting his range.
It's not a bad card to slow down on either. If Paolo has a lot of like pocket 7s, 8s, 9s, etc., then checking the turn can convince those hands that that a river bet is a bluff, especially now that the top card pairs the board here, ace on the end. Paolo should definitely be checking this as a bluff catch opportunity. Instead, he's going to bet.
But the other night I had a
goes
big
for
one,
1/3
like
here, so he's actually trying to charge.
And I was like sitting on the couch.
Paolo's, or sorry, Jay's middling pair on a hero call.
I just
reasonable.
started watching TV and I like was just holding it like
Certainly
on
a
my leg.
reasonable line.
My phone like started like freaking out, and I just like
Jay,
reactively like tried to like get my phone and like switch hands with the cup. Like, I just like let it bounce for a second,
and
I just like
tough.
this hand just like whipped.
Problem for Paolo is
like,
that his kicker is
and
kicking.
just like squeeze, and just like missed.
Queen
and
on
just,
board,
like,
6
all
and
over
the
my
5
lap, down
below
my
the 8. So how does one proceed? And also, what is the size here from Jay? What do you
took
think?
my legs out, and I was using like a quilt on the mark, and it just like loosed straight down.
Oh man, I mean,
like, shot all under the table, so I like moved the coffee table.
I'm like weighted towards all. Right? I mean, you can't. What sizing can you raise to that's not just so small? And going for the really small sizing here. But I mean, I guess just with how the board is, right? Like you're specifically targeting a trips with a weaker kicker, or just maybe even just a queen. Well,
Yeah,
I guess
king,
the queen doesn't really.
queen jack
Yeah.
could definitely consider value attacking, pocket nines, pocket tens. So this is definitely geared towards those hands.
But I don't see how Paolo could have king queen, right? Because he did call flop, unless he had maybe king queen of spades, which I guess is possible.
Yeah, spades, hearts, clubs,
Yeah.
right? It was a small bet. It was 1/3.
True.
You're going to be beating some of your opponent's 3-bets, especially in this orientation in the blinds.
And he will
And
get
yeah,
the
he's
call.
gonna get the call.
Max value for Jay.
Yeah, the all-in does probably send Paolo into the tank a little bit deeper. Still tough to fold, but yeah, Jay there going to pick up a nice 4.7K net.
That sounds good.
Nice hand there for Jay, up to a stack of 12.7K.
What's up, Mallory?
I think cooler for both hands.
I don't know what you
Or
mean
for Paolo.
Probably not.
Yeah, the river is really what seals the deal, right? And I mean, and this we see this a lot where a case card comes out and without it, the hand plays
That was from the early days. That was like the first guy.
night and day
After the stream, are you
between
guys okay if we keep it
that
25,
one
50, 100?
card in the deck.
If you want to, I'm probably gonna leave right after
I'm
the
gonna
stream.
leave
You're just
also.
gonna get owned.
Yeah, that third ace or that second ace doesn't come. Paul's never leading river. He's purely in check call mode, or maybe even check fold, depending on the sizing that Jay takes.
Yeah.
25, 50, 100.
I saw Dong. Is he still here?
Yeah. Yeah, he's over here.
Dong, ba-dong, dong, ba-da, yeah.
I don't actually need your help. Just will tell you $1 million.
Queen 10 of spades, beautiful
I think he
hand
was the
here in
first
the
person.
cutoff.
Yeah.
I think he was the first person.
What's the guy's name that hosts
I only brought it up once before.
Delivery with 3-better fold type.
Yeah, tell him to bring
Although
it up.
we've seen him defend pretty wide as well, but 3-bet incoming.
Bank. What do the player's card think?
I do appreciate how I do understand how Mr. Delivery plays, so I can sort of predict the 3-better fold here, and he's going to get this one through. A little bit surprising there. Queen 10 suited going to be a really good hand to play in position, but
And both 20K plus deep, so that plenty to play for still. With a very playable holding.
yeah, I mean that's the kind of hand where you cooler somebody, right?
Sure. Yeah, you either flop big or flop some massive draw against a set.
I feel like you could win Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah, I would prefer something like a Jack 10 suited, maybe even a 10-9 suited over the Queen 10. The one gapper a little bit deep into the Broadway territory, but at the same time, queens are just going to be such a big party spread butter, like 3-bet calling range. Queen 10 suited, just got to get in there. In position,
Yeah, you had a lot going in for you there. Collin gonna open up. No, excuse me. He's gonna call the king jack over. Fire's open.
Tag me something else. Yeah, of course.
Both gonna find a pair here. Top pair against bottom pair.
Or something, I'll shoot you a message like, hey man, check it out. If you just like it and comment, that does good too. If you think it's real fire, you can share it. You see all the comments where people are like, this is fake, you bastard. I have like 3,600 big blind bots that I win. Like, there's no way this is real.
I agree.
yeah, for texture not favorable for the check raise here, Collin.
This is what you should do. Bring me, I'll tell them it's real.
All right. JD's vouching for me, boy.
Yeah. Bring me to the game. I'll play some PLO. From 1-2, 20 PLO, it's fine.
Dude, you...
Yeah, 10 of spades, even a card that Collin could lead a substantial amount of the time for small sizing if he so desired, but blocking the top pair has a lot of incentive to just sort of let fire blast away. When fire checks back the turn, now it's on Collin to, set the trap once again. I like this a lot. I mean, obviously a 9, any 9 beats you, so you're just check calling like any bet.
Oh,
But,
he ran backdoor.
yeah, fire there was just the little bit of showdown value with the 7.
So I flopped 3 sets of kings that night. The last one, it was on an ace-king deuce board. It was 2 spades.
Pretty chunky stacks here on this table, man. You add all this up, we're well over 100,000 on the table, 150 plus.
I'd say this is pretty average. I mean, we've had a few players sometimes buy in for 50 plus thousand.
Some backup equity.
Yeah.
Some even close to 100,000.
It was a silly game. Turn its sets into bluffs. It was a silly game.
Fire gonna limp
Silly,
the
yeah.
cutoff. Suited. Yeah.
Imagine getting someone to fold like a third nut flush and hold them with a dry guy. Pretty stout, right?
I don't know if I ever told you my Paolo story, why I don't play.
Imagine getting someone to fold the second nut
you
flush.
or you didn't understand the rules, or you thought you had a.
I like 3-bet jam a river with like, I thought it was a very good boat. And then the other guy who I was told was the best Paolo player at the table
Oh, I remember.
showed me a better boat and then folded.
The 4 flush. Yeah, I remember.
And you were like, uh-oh. Yeah. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Properly read your
Oh my gosh.
So one of the better flops here for Fire, after limp calling the 8-4 spade.
My favorite hands last year were
Up top pair goes for a check min raise
and I was bluffing. I have better
on the
hands.
flop.
Those are the best, man.
They're going a little bit off the rails here. Paolo with 2 overs and an up and down straight draw. I mean,
Bluff catch was like surfing and
the world is his oyster. Definitely all within the realm of possibility. Raise is certainly fine as well. So
I'm gonna turn the better top pair now. Front door clubs do get in there though.
And here comes
Fire
the
here.
tickle.
Gonna continue.
And Dong had like 5th pair to block.
I mean, this is a 1/5 pot size bet.
And he bets, Dong calls, Ron goes, you're good. He shows, he goes, oh, never mind. Shows 4th pair instead.
Very small size. It does set up, you know, 3/4 river jam. 80%.
Someone says you're good. I'm like, all right, great.
So many times.
If you did have a flush or something.
Go ahead, Mike.
Like so live.
The 6 of diamonds. Paolo now improves to the 10 high straight. Loses to the flush and a jack 9.
River checks and Snapchat back.
I mean, Fire's going to have to absolutely pile this if he's going to bluff. Oh, he's already checked. Never mind.
Yeah, he already checked, and Paulo's in value mode now.
Really gonna make me show him like you're first to show, sir. So if you lean back in his chair, you like put the chip on top of his cards.
Things going a little bit upside down here for Fire.
First to show.
Off to a bit of a hot start, had some good things working, and then ran into a couple of tough spots, and is now, you know, pushing it a little, trying to be creative, which is always understandable and appreciated. It could be really fantastic when, you know, you're either up a bit and you're feeling comfortable, or you're down a little bit and you're feeling like, you know, I'm going to try to get unstuck and you try to play a few extra hands, and then just like string together some, like, you know, it's almost like an orchestra of the poker gods and your attitude just kind of working in concert to turn some of these subpar holdings into winners. But unfortunately, Fire having a tough time of that here so far.
Spots like I tried to share someone, and I'm like trying to call them down with like a 2nd or 3rd ace high. I'm like, good call, have ace high. I'm like, oh, how big of an ace?
How are you gonna get a walk from a straddle?
I'm like, I'm not gonna make you show, but like the alternative to showing is money.
So you are gonna make the show.
No, you take him.
About 10 minutes left in our stream tonight. Delivery the big winner right now. Surpassing Pokernomix. Hally, big loser.
Yeah, 2 players in 5 figures profit and nearly 2 in deficit.
Hopefully the other guy was a dick or something at least.
Oh, he was. No, that was part of the story.
I see here in the chat that you're going on the poker cruise?
Basically, he was like, you're good.
I am. Yeah, I'm going to be working it as a dealer.
Fantastic. Well, I look forward to spending some time out on the open seas with you, my friend.
Oh, you're going on?
I certainly am.
Nice, nice.
As the dealer, I'm like,
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. You know, I've been on quite a few cruises in my lifetime, and I've always enjoyed them. So, what about you?
This will be my first one, first cruise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting because I always tell people there's only 2 schools of thought. You either love cruises or you hate them. Like, it's, yeah, it's gonna be a very polarizing result for you.
Yeah, I assume as much. The nice thing is that like the cruise atmosphere is one thing, and then the poker thing is a whole nother, right? Like there will be all the activities and the food and the entertainment and the offshore or onshore like excursions and all that stuff, like the true like cruise stuff. And then we'll just get to like hang out and DJ for hours.
Yeah,
as much as we want. So
yeah, I might deal you.
Yeah, I hope you deal me all sorts of good hands, and I tip you infinite dollars.
Seems like a nice relationship.
Yeah, symbiotic, you know.
Yeah, Assassin was still
Yeah, Poker Monkey actually in the live stream chat, he was our live stream cruise winner. And I think he's like second or third in viewing hours for our live stream, so it couldn't have gone to a better viewer.
Oh, absolutely. Poker Monkey is a staple.
It wasn't Assassin, anybody else, they would have gone one since out of, they would have got the one.
I know he's a big craps player, so he's looking forward to that.
Yeah. Top pair second kicker here for Pokernomix. Still the best hand on the turn, 8 of clubs. Front door clubs does come in. Neither player controls the club, and Fire, after betting the flop, is going to check back the turn. 9 of clubs, now 4 to a flush.
Yeah. Like the remainder stack is 2/3 instead of just like.
I literally had to pull up
Checky. 10s are good.
And the other thing too is like as a dealer, like honestly, if it was up to me as a dealer, I love running it once because running it once means bigger pots. Bigger pots mean bigger tips. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So you've been on a number of cruises. Do they have like a real like casino as well, like blackjack and roulette and all that crap going on?
Typically, yeah.
Typically, yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, they'll have all the table games, slot machines, of course, bread and butter. And a lot of them will have poker running as well. But with us, we're gonna have actual TCH dealers and then our own little like conference area. So that'll be fun.
Dude, fantastic. All right, so we can go full hardcore ultra degen if we want to spew off in the pits. And
Yeah.
Also play some cards with each other. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know how much opportunity I'm gonna have to be able to play actual casino games, just because I figure, oh wow, we got a cooler developing here.
Yeah, we're starting to follow here, opening +2. Edison on the button. 3 bets with the queen. 1-2 covered here for Paolo. And yeah, both these players super deep. Paolo gonna get a peek at the stack and put in the 4th bet here. Never mind, he's gonna play this one cheeky. Oh no, it is raised. Okay, I thought there was just a purple under there, but it was indeed a couple of
Not really. I used to back in the Call of Duty. Oh, like Poker Online?
Yeah, technically one of those.
This is the spot where you kind of like it and you kind of don't like it. Having the queens, you unblock all of the combinations of ace-king. So yes, you're behind aces and kings, but there's actually more combinations of ace-king. So if you're in position, you've got a very strong hand, you're definitely not folding. You're like, no ace, no king, I'll feel pretty good. This is one of those flops, 10 high.
So somebody else had tagged me in that. Somebody was watching, and so I just added it to my story.
Pretty rough here for Edison. Doesn't block any diamond flush draw possibilities too. So
yeah, this is sort of the worst of both worlds in terms of feeling like your hand is unfoldable and probably just going to be the best hand enough of the time.
He had an incident where he posted a story on Instagram of I'm crushing it, a lot of money.
Half pot here from Paolo.
You took his word. Posted it. I'm at the table, saw it.
We've all been here too, though. This is super uncomfortable.
Yeah. Facing a 4-better, that's just looks like it's just ready to go all 3 streets.
Yeah. Less money, but
see him over there. Yummy, yummy.
I'll be honest.
Stack to pot ratio gonna be bang on 1.
You sent me for a Thompson on the turn, and ace king, you had ace queen, and check called you all the way down, and you rivered.
Food tacos. It's breakfast tacos time.
Oh, that day.
Yeah.
I was doing it today. I was like, today?
That's the Mexican food is so good. I
yeah.
feel like Tex-Mex is just kind of fast.
Raise All In is definitely not
And
in
the other
the
thing is
cards.
that people are surprised that
in
there's
my
actually
opinion.
Each river with a king?
there's like a
It allows your opponent to play perfectly. If they do have aces, king, they're not folded. If they do have a bluff, they will fold.
And so I come down here to Dallas complain about Mexican.
Yeah, I like just the call here. Oh no.
Screen is showing the ace of spades momentarily, but it is indeed the six of clubs. You got that rectified very quickly. And yeah, middle card pairing should not affect the action at all. No sixes in either player's 4-bet range or 3-bet, 4-bet calling range.
Just happened to work out.
So
Yeah, at this stage, Edison is either way ahead
At the end of the string, he's like, God,
way
it
behind.
looks like a 10K win.
Right, and Paolo will go for the polarizing bet. $10,000 here. And this is going to be the biggest pot of the night here as we end the stream here. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, they want to live stream post about it.
Yeah, full pot size wager. Edison is probably going to need a few minutes in the tank here. I know I'm going to think this one through for a while before making a decision.
And I imagine the table talk will slow down just a little bit as they slowly realize this is the biggest pot of the night we've had so far. Or it could be.
they have a tasting menu that's actually really good. They're attached to a cocktail bar that everybody likes.
Paolo had a set of 10s, Kyle had triples, whatever.
Rise, yeah, Rise of Great Spots is still for like doing.
Yeah, so again, going back to what you said is not having the queen of diamonds, there is the possibility that your opponent has ace queen of diamonds, right?
Right.
That's one additional combo to go with the ace kings of the world that you completely unblock. So you've got 16 combos of that. You've got an additional combo of ace queen of diamond.
99.
Oh, I know. It's so.
13 combos, or sorry, 17 combos of draws.
So hard to catch.
12 combos. One combo of queens as well. Not too sure if queens plays this exactly the same way, although you certainly could imagine it, trying to get full value from jacks. Not too worried about Edison just calling with the aces and kings, although he certainly could. That is the other factor in the equation, is that Edison isn't necessarily capped. You know, we talked about this before. He's in position, stack to pot ratio relatively shallow. He can call with all of the aces and kings as well if he wants to trap in position. So this, you know, jam looks even that much stronger from call on.
Yeah, still a super tough spot here nonetheless. Let us know in the live stream chat if you think Edison's going to make the call or fold here. Let's do 1 for call, 2 for fold. Facing a pot size turn bet here. What do you do with pocket queens?
It's like 2 days at a restaurant to be open. And I think they close on Mondays and Tuesdays.
That's always the best.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
He has like registered. He does every 2 days a week.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're Edison, you gotta say to yourself, like, Paul is probably not going to do this with jacks.
Yeah, play this legit.
Because, like, what hand does jacks get value from? By jamming. And there really isn't one. So it's like, okay, so if jacks are out, then, okay, then, like, there's no value that I beat. And if there's no value that you beat, then your hand is exactly a bluff catcher. And now what are the qualities of your bluff catcher? And that's where you start to get into this weird diamond territory. And I don't know. It's really, this is a terrible spot for Edison. I mean, we can see that he is just absolutely toast. Dead to a single queen, but
yeah, it's definitely rough that, you know, he's seen hands that Paolo's bluffed with too. And, you know, literally 30 minutes, an hour ago in the stream. So he knows he's capable of it. And actually, I think they've played a lot together too in the higher stakes.
Pez has the question. Not necessarily just ace king of diamonds, but does ace king offsuit do this? Right. Some players will absolutely do this, especially in a 4-bet pot. You're just not going to have a ton of hands to choose from to bluff with, because you're just going to be so heavily weighted towards aces and kings that if you're not doing it with ace king, then you're not bluffing. Like, you're just not doing it. You're not balancing correctly, and
then you're only
there's
having
actually a really good split in terms of the number of hands between value and bluffs. And yeah,
when he will make the call.
He needs to hit the queen of diamonds, or he is getting belted, or rather giving the full dub.
They're going to go one time. Can Edison find the last queen in the deck? No, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, 3 clubs. Tough spot there.
$30,000 pot. Brutal, brutal. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just probably shouldn't be folding queens against Paolo specifically. Maybe against a few players on this table, he could gotten away, but like I think Paolo's definitely capable of having some ace-king offs in his range there.
Yeah.
500.
Yeah, that one's tough. So, you know, if we think about that in terms of big blinds, that was 150 big blind to start the hand, right? Paolo basically profited 15K there, so started the hand with 15.
What is this, 5?
150 big blind, stacking it off with her queen on the 10-high board. I mean, 4-bet pot, right? It all basically lines up to just sort of, you shrug, you look at it and you say that's just what happened.
Yep, just a cooler, I think.
Yeah. You know, there's certainly a world within which someone could get away. I don't think that's one of them. I think it was borderline, and I would imagine if you went down there and you talked to him from about like 15 minutes ago or whatever and said, what's your thought process on making this call? It's probably, I don't have the queen of diamonds. There's that extra combo of ace-queen that just happens to squeak in there every once in a while. I got to give him credit for some bluffs.
You get queens up?
Jack 9, is that something?
All right, looks like the flip's going to end off the stream there. Aaron, thank you so much for tuning in and commentating with me tonight. Had a blast. Looking forward to many weeks to come.
Dude, hell yeah. That was a fantastic show. We had a great time. And I look forward to joining you again in the future, absolutely.
All right, and thank you to our 2 dealers, David and Chrissy. Of course, Tyler and Cooper doing all the hard work back there. And, of course, you, the viewer, for tuning in tonight. We'll be back tomorrow live from Dallas, Texas for our 5, 10, and a quarter stream. It'll be me and Ben Kirby commentating. So I hope to see you there tomorrow. And live from Dallas, Texas. We'll see you tomorrow. See you later, Aaron.
All right, take care. Good night, y'all.
Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.